My son is well behaved. You just need to fulfill your duties as the mistress of the household. There's no need for you to discipline him. On our wedding night, the Grand Chancellor coldly tossed those words at me before walking away. I stared at his retreating back, my mind buzzing. Well behaved. Then who was I supposed to use my 15 years of hard-earned skills on praising someone to their downfall, crushing their spirit, hiding a knife behind a smile, sowing discord? And my dog-eared copy of The Stepmother's Handbook, was it just scrap paper now? There wasn't even a concubine in this household. Who was I supposed to fight with? Just as I thought I'd take these dragon-slaying skills to my grave, my adorable stepson came running back in tears, saying a prince at the academy had torn up his books. My eyes lit up instantly. On our wedding night, Shen Jichuan lifted my veil, gave me one look, then set the nuptial cup back on the table. You wanton, Zihang is well behaved. You don't need to teach him. I sat on the edge of the bridal bed, my head aching under the weight of all the gold ornaments. Then what am I supposed to do? He smoothed his sleeves, his tone like he was approving a worthless official document. Do your duty as the Grand Chancellor's wife. Manage the accounts, receive guests. Don't touch his studies, and don't touch his rules. Me, huh? He learned to read at 5, memorized the 4 books by 7, and entered the Royal Academy at 8. He never talks back, never lies, never causes anyone worry. Me, huh. Shen Jichuan looked at me and added the final blow. There are no concubines, no maidservants with privileges, no illegitimate children in this household. The inner quarters are peaceful. You don't need to bother. My mind went blank for a moment. Peaceful. Who was I supposed to use my 15 years of hard-earned skills on praising someone to their downfall, crushing their spirit, hiding a knife behind a smile, sowing discord, making unreasonable scenes? Was my worn-out copy of The Stepmother's Handbook just scrap paper now? Shen Jichuan turned to leave. I pressed my hand against the little book in my sleeve pocket, my voice floating unsteadily. But what if he makes a mistake? Shen Jichuan looked back. He won't. This man. Ruthless. I married into the Grand Chancellor's mansion not for wealth, not for favor, but to be a wicked stepmother. And he gave me a perfect, well-behaved child. Wasn't that just taking the bread out of my mouth? Shen Jichuan and I aren't really close. To be precise, I know him, but he doesn't know me. 15 years ago, when my father was just a minor official in the Ministry of Rights, my mother, sick in bed, held my hand and said that being a stepmother was hard, and being a stepmother to a child from a previous marriage was even harder. She said, "Tang Tang, you have a strong fate. If you ever marry as a second wife, don't be foolish and give your heart to your stepchildren." I was only 6 then, and I didn't understand. My mother coughed until her handkerchief was stained red, but she still pressed an old booklet into my arms. On the cover were 4 characters, The Stepmother's Handbook. It was very detailed. If the stepson is spoiled, praise him in public until he thinks he's invincible, then watch him fall flat on his face. If the stepson is timid, push him to compete every day until he fears you even in his sleep. If the stepson is smart, find people to suppress him at every turn, force him to show his sharpness, then use others to cut him down. If the stepson pretends to be good, bribe him with sweets, trap him with rules, and use his father's favoritism to provoke him. Before she died, my mother said, "You learn these not to harm others, but to see who's trying to harm you." I didn't understand the second half. I only remembered the first half. From that day on, I trained hard to be a wicked stepmother. While other girls learned the zither, I learned how to make two sisters-in-law fight until they flipped the table with just one sentence. While other girls embroidered, I'd stitch halfway, then cut a slash, practicing my steady hand for framing someone. While other girls chased butterflies, I'd crouch by the wall, listening to maids' gossip, learning how to twist one sentence into 3 different meanings. Later, my father remarried. She brought along a younger brother, 2 years my junior. I was thrilled. Finally, a live person to practice on. I prepared for 3 days, planning to start by praising him to his downfall. But that very night, the boy showed up at my door with his bedding, sobbing. "Sister, my mother said I can't take your things. I'll just sleep in the woodshed." I brought him inside and gave him half my bed. The next day, I planned to sow discord between him and my father. He gave me his only drumstick. "You're skinny, sister. You eat it." I said nothing. On the 3rd day, I planned to undermine his studies. He picked up a character I'd written wrong and asked me carefully, "Sister, isn't this character missing a dot?" "Not that you're dumb, I'm just afraid the teacher will scold you." I closed the Stepmother's handbook. This batch of stepbrothers was a no-go. Too well-behaved. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Later, my father got promoted, and the Yu family gained some standing in the capital. Matchmakers practically wore out our doorstep. 8 out of 10 asked if I'd be willing to be a second wife. On the surface, I acted shy. Inside, I was ringing victory bells. Finally, my turn had come. Until Shen Jichuan came to propose. The Grand Secretary himself. 27, a widower, with 1 son. Wasn't this the perfect setup? I'd marry him. I didn't ask about the betrothal gifts or his late wife, or whether I had a place in his heart. I asked only one thing. "What's your son like?" Shen Jichuan glanced at me. "Decent enough." Decent enough perfect. Decent meant there was still room to mold. The day I left for my wedding, clutching the stepmother's handbook, even my stepbrother Yu Yan couldn't stand to watch. He crouched by the bridal sedan, lowering his voice. "Sis, don't be too harsh when you get there." I asked through the curtain, afraid I'll bully the kid. Yu Yan wiped his nose. "I'm afraid you'll find him too sweet, come back and bully me." I called him spineless. Now I'd like to summon him and kowtow to him. He was right. In the bridal chamber, the red candles burned bright. Shen Jichuan stood by the door, still in his outer robe. "Ziheng will come to greet you tomorrow morning. No need to prepare a lecture." I wasn't giving up. I should at least give him a welcome gift, right? Something simple. He doesn't lack for anything. What if I want to personally oversee his meals? The household has old nurses for that. His clothes. The sewing room handles that. His studies. He has tutors. I stared at him. "Lord Shen, why did you marry me?" Shen Jichuan paused. The candlelight caught his profile, gilding ice with a hint of gold. "Ziheng needs a nominal mother." "Fine. Nominal. A decoration. A vase. One that couldn't even be thrown." I smiled. "I understand." Shen Jichuan seemed relieved. "Rest early." He left quickly. Once the door clicked shut, I was alone in that sea of red. My maid Qing Luo peeked out from behind the screen. "Miss, what does the master mean?" I pulled the stepmother's handbook from my sleeve and flipped to the first page. It means I wasted 15 years of training. Qing Luo leaned in to look. Miss, maybe we should switch careers and be a good wife and loving mother. I stared at the dense notes crammed into every page. Each page was my youth. Each line was my hard work. I can fake being a good wife. I slapped the book onto the table. But a loving mother? Never. Qing Luo said, if the young master really is that sweet, you'd still go after him. I shot her a look. What do you take me for? Qing Luo breathed a sigh of relief. I said, you can't crush a sweet kid. But you can spoil him to death. Qing Luo sucked the air back in. Soft footsteps sounded from outside. I quickly tucked the handbook back into my sleeve, picked up a teacup, and put on my best dignified stepmother air. A young servant called out, Madam, the young master is in the corridor. I raised an eyebrow. At this hour? The door creaked open a crack. A boy in a moon-white robe stood there, 8 or 9 years old, fair-faced, holding a small wooden box in his hands. He bowed properly. Mother. That single word, mother, jammed every scheme I had right in my throat. His voice was too soft. No. I had to stay steady. Come in. Shen Ziheng walked in and held the wooden box up to me. Father said you were tired today, mother, and that I should wait until morning to pay my respects. But I wanted to see you first. I opened the box. Inside was a jade pendant, not valuable, but polished with great care. I carved this myself. It's for you, mother. Qing Luo covered her mouth beside me. I didn't move. Shen Ziheng looked up at me. Don't you like it, mother? I wanted to say no. Lesson 1 of being a wicked stepmother, never let your stepson get too comfortable. But he looked at me with those eyes, clean as a freshly washed porcelain bowl. I picked up the pendant. It's passable. Shen Ziheng's eyes lit up. I'm glad you like it, mother. I gritted my teeth. Who said I like it? He immediately dimmed the light in his eyes and stood up straight. I misunderstood. My apologies. Even his disappointment was polite. I slipped the pendant into my sleeve. Leave the thing. You may go. Shen Ziheng bowed again. Rest well, mother. He retreated to the door, then stopped. Mother, father has a cold nature, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about you. I raised an eyebrow. Oh? Shen Ziheng said seriously, father drank 3 cups of wine in the front hall today. Usually, he doesn't drink a single one. The steward said he was nervous. I almost laughed out loud. The Grand Counselor, nervous about marrying a decorative piece. Shen Ziheng, as if afraid he'd said too much, added another bow. I'll take my leave. The door closed. Qing Luo whispered beside me, Miss, that little young master is just too well behaved. I took out the pendant and examined it under the lamp. There were fine scratches along its edges. A child's hands, carving this, must have raised blisters. I tossed it back into the box. What's the use of being good? Good kids are the easiest to bully. Qing Luo didn't understand. I opened the Stepmonster's handbook and wrote a line on the blank last page. Shen Ziheng, tentatively classified as top-tier good boy. Observe for 3 days. If he's truly beyond saving. Change tactics. Just as I set down my brush, someone knocked urgently at the door. Madam, the old madam requests your presence. Qingluo's face changed. At this hour? I closed the book. Looks like the inner quarters aren't so peaceful after all. A maid added through the door, the old madam says the young master shouldn't have come to the bridal chamber at night. It breaks the rules. He's to kneel in the ancestral hall for half an hour. I stood up. Who's punishing him? The old madam. I tucked the Stepmonster's handbook into my sleeve. Perfect. Before I, the wicked stepmother, could even start my work, the wicked grandmother had already taken the stage. Was I supposed to just take that? The Gu family ancestral hall was cold as an ice cellar. When I arrived, Shen Ziheng was already kneeling on the cushion. Such a small figure, back ramrod straight. Old Madame Shen sat in the armchair, counting prayer beads, her face showing no anger, which was somehow worse than if it had. Beside her stood a young woman in a peach-colored blouse, about my age, with a white jade hairpin in her hair and barely concealed amusement in her eyes. The steward, Shen Zhong, stood by the door. When he saw me, he frowned slightly. Madam, why aren't you resting in your bridal chamber on your wedding night? Why come to the ancestral hall? I looked at Shen Ziheng. My son is kneeling here. Can't I, as his nominal mother, come to see him? Shen Ziheng heard my voice and turned around. Mother, it's my fault. I walked over but didn't help him up. Rule 27 of the Stepmonster's Handbook, in public, first acknowledge the rules, then take them over. I asked, what did you do wrong? Shen Ziheng answered in a low voice, I shouldn't have disturbed mother at night. The young woman in the peach-colored shirt chuckled softly. Sister just entered the household, and the young master is already this clingy. I'm afraid he'll tire you out in the future. She called me sister, as if we were old acquaintances. I looked at her. And you are? The smile on her face faded a little. Madame Shen spoke up, this is Ming Yuan's cousin, Su Jilan. Ming Yuan has been busy with court affairs these years, and Jilan has been looking after Ziheng. Ah. So she was the one who'd staked her claim first. Su Jilan said softly, Sister, don't misunderstand. I just feel for Ziheng. The child doesn't know any better. If we don't teach him tonight, tomorrow he'll dare to be even more unruly. I nodded. Well said. Shen Ziheng hung his head. Behind me, Qing Luo let out a nervous cough. I continued, so he deserves punishment. Madame Shen looked satisfied. A smile also appeared on Su Jilan's lips. I turned to the steward. According to the Shen family rules, what is the punishment for a younger generation entering an elder's courtyard at night to pay respects? The steward was taken aback. Well. I looked at Madame Shen. Madame has managed the household for years. Surely you remember. Madame Shen's prayer beads stopped. There's no such rule in the family code. But he came to disturb you on your wedding night, which was out of line. If there's no rule, then is this a rule you've made up on the spot, madam? The ancestral hall fell silent. Su Jilan quickly interjected, Sister, madam is only thinking of your good. You've just arrived and don't know the Shen family's rules. You shouldn't talk back to your elders. I smiled. Miss Su knows the Shen family's rules. She said gently, a little. Then tell me, can an unmarried woman of a different surname enter the Shen ancestral hall at night? Su Zhilan's face stiffened. Shen Zhong hurriedly said, Miss Su was invited by Madam. She's not an outsider. I looked at him. That's an interesting point, Steward Shen. Shen Ziheng carries the Shen surname, and entering this hall earns him punishment. Miss Su carries the Su surname, and entering this hall makes her not an outsider. If the Shen ancestors heard that, they'd probably crawl out of their graves to ask whether they're Shen or Su. Shen Zhong's mouth hung open, and he couldn't find words for a long while. Madame Shen's prayer bead struck the armrest of her chair with a heavy thud. Are you here to make trouble the moment you step through the door? I walked over to Shen Ziheng and pulled him to his feet. His knees must have been aching from kneeling. He stumbled for a moment as he stood, then quickly steadied himself. I saw it. Anger shot up from my chest. Madam, you're mistaken. I pulled Shen Ziheng behind me. I'm not here to make trouble. I'm here to learn the rules. Su Zhilan let out a sigh of relief. I said, since the Shen family rules can be made up on the spot, then as the wife of the Grand Secretary, I'll make up one of my own. Madame Shen stared at me. I said, word by word, from tonight onward, whoever punishes Shen Ziheng for a fault not written in the family code will have their name written into the ancestral hall punishment register. They will kneel twice as long as the child. Shen Zhong panicked. Madam, there's no punishment register in this household. I gave him a look. There is now. Go get some paper. Shen Zhong glanced at Madame Shen. Madame Shen's face darkened. You dare. I pulled the Stepmother's handbook from my sleeve, flipped to a blank page, and tore off a sheet. Behind me, Shen Ziheng whispered, Mother. I didn't turn around. A pen. Qing Luo immediately pulled a charcoal stick from her pouch. I took it and wrote 3 characters. Su Zhilan. Su Zhilan's face turned pale. Sister, what are you doing? I handed the paper to Shen Zhong. Miss Su entered the Shen ancestral hall at night and disturbed the ancestors' peace. Punishment, kneel for 1 hour. Su Zhilan immediately looked at Madame Shen. Aunt. Madame Shen stood up. You, don't go too far. I handed the charcoal stick to Qing Luo and smoothed my sleeves. If the old lady thinks I'm going too far, then write Zihang's faults into the family rules. If you can write them down, I'll kneel with him. If you can't, then don't pretend your rules are above everything tonight. The old lady choked on her words. Su Zhilan's eyes welled up with tears, her voice going soft. Sister, I'm just worried about Zihang. Shen Zihang suddenly spoke up. Aunt Su used to punish me often too. The hall fell silent again. I turned to look at him. Often? Shen Zihang pressed his lips together and said nothing. Su Zhilan quickly said, Zihang, you can't just say things like that. I punished you because you made mistakes in your studies. I asked, what mistakes? Su Zhilan said, one time, he skipped 2 lines when reciting Mencius. Shen Zihang said quietly, I had a fever that day. Su Zhilan's fingers twisted her handkerchief. Why didn't you say you had a fever? Shen Zihang glanced at her. I did. Aunt Su said father was busy, and if I bothered him with such a minor illness, I'd be inconsiderate. The jade pendant in my sleeve pressed against my wrist. This child was indeed well-behaved. So well-behaved that he'd let people cut flesh off him piece by piece, yet still worry about getting blood on their clothes. I looked at Su Zhilan. Miss Su, you're not concerned about Zihang. You're concerned about how obedient he is. Su Zhilan bit her lip. The old lady said sternly, that's enough. Zihang, apologize to your Aunt Su. Shen Zihang froze. I let out a laugh. No need. The old lady frowned. I gently pushed Shen Zihang forward. Shen Zihang, listen. Your stepmother is going to teach you your first lesson. He looked up at me. Please speak, mother. When others wrong you, if you just keep apologizing, they won't think you're sensible. They'll think you're easy to trample on. The old lady snapped, Madam you. I ignored her. Now, ask Miss Su one question. Shen Zihang looked at me. I said, ask her, on the day you had a fever, did she call the house physician? Shen Zihang turned to Su Zhilan. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. Aunt Su, on the day I had a fever, did you call the house physician? Su Zhilan's eyes darted away. Shen Zhong immediately lowered his head. I saw it. Shen Zihang saw it too. He asked again, I missed 2 lines in my recitation, and you made me stand in the corridor for an hour. It was snowing that day. Do you remember? Su Zhilan said hastily, I did that for your own good. I spoke up, ask her if she remembers. Shen Zihang repeated, Aunt Su, do you remember? Su Zhilan clutched her handkerchief and didn't answer. The old lady said, Zhilan has many things to deal with. How could she remember such trivial matters? I looked at Shen Zihang. Second lesson. If she doesn't answer, it means she's guilty. Shen Zihang was quiet for a moment, then bowed to Su Zhilan. Zihang has taken note. Su Zhilan's face turned ugly. The old lady pointed at me. Madam you, if you teach the child like this, you'll ruin him sooner or later. I pulled Shen Zihang back to my side. Don't worry, old lady. I'm much better at corrupting people than Miss Su. The old lady was so angry she reached for her teacup, fumbling twice before she grabbed it. Su Zhilan's tears finally fell. Aunt, I think I should leave. Sister can't stand to have me around. Qing Luo muttered under her breath, she's good at this. I turned my head. Take notes. Qing Luo immediately shut her mouth. The old lady stared at me. Do you really have to drive Zhilan away today? I'm not driving her away, I said. I'm asking her to come to the main hall tomorrow morning, and in front of all the household servants, go through every single time she punished Zihang. Which ones were justified, which ones weren't. If she can explain herself, she can stay as the young miss of the Gu family. If she can't, she's never to touch Zihang's studies again. Su Zhilan's voice trembled. Why should I be interrogated by you? I looked up. Because I'm Shen Zihang's mother. In name, anyway. But that's enough. Shen Zihang stood behind me, silent for a long moment. As we left the ancestral hall, the night wind cut to the bone. He walked beside me, his steps light. Just before we reached the corridor, he spoke up. Mother, you said earlier that when someone wrongs you, you can't just apologize. What if father wrongs mother? I stopped. Does your father often wrong people? Shen Zihang looked down at his shoes. Father trusts evidence. But some people are very good at making evidence. I looked at him. Who? He was about to speak when footsteps sounded from afar. Shen Jichuan approached, draped in a dark robe, his face colder than the stone floor of the ancestral hall. "You want on?" He glanced at Shen Ziheng beside me. "On our first night as newlyweds, you drag my son to make a scene at the ancestral hall." Before I could answer, Shen Ziheng knelt down. "Father, it's my fault." I looked down at him. "Well, then. Lesson 3 comes right on time." I bent down and pulled him up. "Shen Ziheng, if you keep taking blame that isn't yours, tomorrow I'll have a little vest made just for you, the official blame-taker's vest." Shen Jichuan's brow furrowed. "You wantong, what nonsense are you talking?" I looked at him. "Lord Shen, I'm teaching the child." "I told you, he doesn't need your lessons." "Oh?" I pulled the jade pendant from my sleeve and held it in my palm. "Then did you know that when he had a fever and missed 2 lines while reciting, Su Zhilan made him stand in the snow for an hour?" Shen Jichuan's expression changed. He turned to Shen Ziheng. "Is this true?" Shen Ziheng lowered his eyes. "Ziheng is frail. It's not Aunt Sue's fault." I laughed outright. "Hear that? And you say he doesn't need teaching?" Shen Jichuan stared at Shen Ziheng. "Why didn't you tell me?" Shen Ziheng answered quickly. "Father is busy." "Who taught you to say that?" Shen Ziheng didn't answer. Shen Jichuan turned to me. "Why didn't you let him finish just now?" I couldn't be bothered to explain. "Because you showed up." That landed, and the coldness on Shen Jichuan's face seemed to crack. He looked at me. "You think he's afraid of me?" I shot back, "Isn't he?" Shen Ziheng looked up, quickly saying, "Mother, father treats me very well." I said, "So well that you didn't dare mention a fever, didn't dare mention being punished, and even gave me a jade pendant at night, worried it might break the rules." Shen Ziheng fell silent again. Shen Jichuan clasped his hands behind his back, his thumb rubbing the jade belt at his waist. He's a man who's been an official too long, even his anger has to be pressed into the mold of decorum first. "Let's go back." He spoke. "We'll discuss this tomorrow." I nodded. "Fine." Shen Jichuan seemed surprised I agreed so easily. I added, "Tomorrow, in the main hall, Su Zhilan, the old lady, the steward, the house physician, and the servants who attend to Ziheng, not one missing." Shen Jichuan stared at me. "Are you giving me orders?" "No." I tucked the pendant back into my sleeve. "I'm informing you. If you don't handle it, I'll handle it my own way." "Your way?" I smiled. "Lord Shen, you'd rather not ask. If you do, you won't sleep tonight." Shen Ziheng whispered beside me, "Mother, father has court in the morning." I looked at him. Lesson 4. He straightened up immediately. "Yes, mother. Don't waste your sympathy on the people who bully you." Shen Jichuan's face finally went completely dark. Before dawn the next day, Qing Luo yanked me out of bed. "Miss, something's wrong." I kept my eyes closed. "Is Shen Jichuan divorcing me?" "No." "Did Su Zhilan throw herself into a well?" "No." "Did the old lady bring in the clan elders to pressure me?" Qing Luo paused. "Young miss, how did you know?" I opened my eyes. The tricks in this household only go so far. In my stepmother's handbook, there were even 3 ways to handle a widowed cousin crying in the ancestral hall at night. The main hall of the Gu family was packed. 3 elders from the Shen clan had arrived. One with a white beard, one with a dark face, and one with squinty eyes. Old Lady Shen sat at the head, with Su Jilan standing behind her. She had cried last night, and today her makeup was even lighter, like a white flower beaten by rain. Shen Jichuan hadn't returned yet. Shen Ziheng stood in the center of the hall, small and surrounded by a crowd of adults. When I walked in, the white-bearded elder spoke first. New wife of the Yu family, kneel. I looked at him. Kneel to whom? Kneel to the Shen elders. I nodded, walked over to Shen Ziheng, and pulled him aside. Qing Luo, bring a cushion. Qing Luo immediately placed a cushion at my feet. I didn't kneel. Instead, I pointed at Su Jilan. Miss Su first. Su Jilan was startled. The white-bearded elder roared, "How dare you!" I said, "Last night, I set a new rule. Anyone who punishes Shen Ziheng with a charge not written in the family rules must kneel twice as long. Miss Su still owes an hour. Since the elders are here, they can bear witness." The dark-faced elder slammed the table. "You're a new bride. Who gave you the right to set rules?" I turned to Old Lady Shen. The old lady approved it. Old Lady Shen's face darkened. When did I ever approve that? Last night at the ancestral hall, when I stated that rule, you didn't object. I was too furious to speak. Then that's silent consent. The squinty-eyed elder finally opened his eyes a bit more. You're sharp-tongued. That's not the look of a virtuous wife. I sighed. I'd love to be virtuous. But the moment I stepped into this house, you punished a child, interrogated the new bride, and favored an outsider. Who's supposed to see my virtue? Will the ancestors send a dream to praise me? Qing Luo lowered her head, stifling a laugh. Old Lady Shen snapped, "You." Su Jilan stepped forward. "Sister, don't keep defying the elders. Ziheng refused to eat this morning because you dragged him to the ancestral hall last night. If you truly cared for him, you'd stabilize the household, not stir up chaos." Shen Ziheng immediately said, "I didn't refuse to eat." Su Jilan looked at him. "Ziheng, you only had half a bowl of congee this morning, didn't you?" "I only ever have half a bowl." "See, you're defending her. You used to be so obedient." That was a slick move. She was implying that since I arrived, I'd been corrupting the child. The white-bearded elder picked it up right away. The eldest son of the Prime Minister's household can't be spoiled by a woman from a small family. I asked, "Who's from a small family?" The dark-faced elder sneered. "The Yu family is just a vice minister of rights." "Are you saying that's big?" I nodded. "It's not big, indeed." Su Jilan's expression relaxed a bit. I looked at her. But the Su family doesn't even have a vice minister now. Miss Su has lived in the Shen residence for 3 years, eating Shen's food, using Shen's money, and punishing Shen's child. If we're talking family status, isn't it even more inappropriate for her to stand there judging me? Su Jilan's face turned pale. Old Lady Shen said sharply, "Jilan is my niece from my natal family." I asked, "Then does she carry the Shen surname?" No one in the hall answered. Suddenly, Shen Ziheng said, "Mother, Aunt Su used to hold the key to my study." I looked at him. This kid had learned to hand me a weapon. I asked Su Zhilan, the study key. Su Zhilan quickly said, that was the old lady's order. Ziheng was young, and she was afraid he'd lose his books. I turned to Shen Ziheng. Did you ever lose it? No. Has he ever lost any books? Shen Ziheng paused. Su Zhilan immediately cut in, the academy textbooks are often lent out. Who can keep track of that? I smiled. Then let's check. The white-bearded elder grew impatient. Check what? Today we're discussing your disrespect to your elders and your failure to uphold womanly virtues. I looked at him. Lord Shen hasn't returned yet, and you're all so eager to convict me. Are you afraid he'll come back and hear something else? The dark-faced elder stood up. You woman! How dare you sow discord between us and Mingyuan? I patted Shen Ziheng on the shoulder. Lesson 5. The more flustered they get, the more it means you've stepped on their toes. Shen Ziheng whispered, noted. Su Zhilan gritted her teeth. Sister, don't use the child as a weapon. I looked at her. Miss Su, you jest. The weapon is in your hands. Last night you used the rules to pressure him, and today you use his not eating to pressure me. Now that the knife is in my hands, it suddenly hurts. Madame Shen abruptly rose. Guards, bring the family discipline. Shen Ziheng's face changed. Grandmother, no. I leaned down and asked him, what is the family discipline? Shen Ziheng said quietly, a wooden ruler. Who gets hit with it? He didn't answer. Su Zhilan, with tears in her eyes, said, Sister, grandmother is just trying to scare you. Just yield a little, and this will blow over. I asked, and if I don't yield? Madame Shen said, then we'll beat you until you do. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. It wasn't Shen Jichuan. Two coarse-looking maids entered, carrying a black wood ruler. Qing Luo stepped in front of me. Don't you dare touch my mistress. The dark-faced elder bellowed, pull that maid away. The maids moved forward. I didn't move. Suddenly, Shen Ziheng stepped in front of me. Grandmother, mother has done nothing wrong. Madame Shen pointed at him in fury. Look at this. She's been here just one night, and she's already turned you into this. Su Zhilan sighed softly. Ziheng, don't disappoint your father. Shen Ziheng's body swayed, but he stood firm. I reached out and pulled him behind me. Lesson 6. He looked up. I said, never let someone who truly cares for you take a beating in your place. The black wood ruler was handed to Madame Shen. She walked up to me and raised her hand to strike. I pulled the Stepmother's handbook from my sleeve and blocked it with a sharp crack. The ruler struck the book, the sound echoing through the room. Everyone in the hall turned to look. The book was knocked out of my hand and fell to the floor, opening to a page. Su Zhilan, quick-eyed, read it aloud immediately. How to subtly torment your stepchild. She clung to it like a lifeline, her voice sharpening. Auntie, look. She's carrying something like this. Madame Shen looked down and her face turned ashen. The white-bearded elder picked it up, flipped through a couple of pages, and his beard trembled. Poisonous woman. Utterly poisonous. Qingluo's face fell. Shen Ziheng saw it too. He stared at the book, saying nothing for a long time. For the first time in my life, I felt the book burning in my hands. Su Zhilan's tears fell at just the right moment. Sister, I know you don't like Ziheng, but he's only 9. How could you even think of tormenting him? Madame Shen pointed at me. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Shen Ziheng slowly bent down and picked up the book. I reached out to take it. He moved it away. It was the first time he'd ever avoided me. He flipped to the first page. There was a note I'd written when I was 15. If the stepchild is obedient, first suspect it's a pretense. He flipped another page. If the stepchild is weak, push them to vie for favor. Another page. If the stepchild tries to get close, go cold for 3 days. His finger stopped on that line. I looked at his bowed head and suddenly didn't want to explain. Explain what? I did bring this book into this marriage. I had indeed thought about using those nasty tricks on him. Madame Shen let out a cold laugh. Ziheng, now do you see? Her protecting you was all an act. Su Zhilan crouched down and reached for Shen Ziheng's shoulder. Ziheng, come to Aunt Su. Shen Ziheng didn't move. Su Zhilan's voice grew even softer. She'll hurt you. Your father isn't here, but Aunt Su will protect you. Shen Ziheng looked up at me. There were no tears in his eyes. That hurt more than if he'd cried. Mother, is this book yours? I said, yes. Qing Luo blurted out, young master, my lady isn't. I raised my hand to stop her. Shen Ziheng asked again, last night, when you protected me, was that because of what's in this book? That question was harsh. Harsher than a ruler. Everyone in the main hall was staring at me. Su Zhilan could barely hide the glee in her eyes. I looked at Shen Ziheng. No. Madame Shen said coldly, can we trust the words of a venomous woman? Shen Ziheng didn't look at her. Then why did mother bring it along? I said, because I originally planned to be a wicked stepmother. Qing Luo gasped. Su Zhilan immediately said, did you hear that? She admitted it. I kept my eyes on Shen Ziheng. But you were too good. Shen Ziheng's grip on the book tightened. I said, too good for me to go through with it. The main hall fell into dead silence. The white-bearded elder scolded, outrageous. She admits to such cruelty and even says it with pride. Madame Shen said, guards, lock Lady Yu in the side courtyard. We'll have Mingyuan divorce her when he returns. Su Zhilan let out a soft breath. Then Shen Ziheng suddenly closed the book and hugged it to his chest. Grandmother, you can't divorce mother. Madame Shen froze. What did you say? Shen Ziheng stood in front of me. This book, mother never used it to hurt me. Su Zhilan grew anxious. Ziheng, you're too young to understand how wicked people can be. Shen Ziheng turned to her. I do understand. His voice was still soft, but this time he didn't back down. Aunt Su says she does things for my own good, like making me study while running a fever. Mother says she wanted to be a bad stepmother, but last night she asked if you had called the family physician for me. Su Zhilan's face lost some color. Shen Ziheng continued, Aunt Su says she protects me, but every time grandmother punished me, you told me to admit I was wrong. Mother says I'm too well behaved, but she taught me not to take blame for things that aren't my fault. Madame Shen snapped, Ziheng. Shen Ziheng knelt down. If grandmother must punish someone, punish me. I frowned. This kid, doing this again. Shen Ziheng raised the book above his head. This book, I'll keep it for mother. If she ever uses it to harm me, I'll hand it to father myself. If she doesn't, no one can use it to condemn her. Su Zhilan stood frozen. I looked down at him. The child's back was straight, like a bamboo that had bent under snow but hadn't broken. Suddenly, I understood what my mother meant. Learning these things wasn't to harm others, but to see who was trying to harm you. From the doorway came Shen Jichuan's voice. Hand what over to me. Shen Jichuan stood at the entrance, still in his court robes, with 2 palace attendants behind him. His gaze swept the hall and landed on the book in Shen Ziheng's hands. You want on. He stepped inside. What have you done now? With one sentence, Shen Jichuan pressed down on the situation that had just started to loosen. Su Zhilan was the first to react. She turned and bowed to Shen Jichuan, her tears falling even more smoothly than last night. Cousin, you've come just in time. Sister carries a wicked book meant to harm Ziheng, full of ways to torment a stepson. Aunt was so furious she called in the elders. Shen Jichuan looked at me. I said nothing. Qing Luo rushed forward a step. Master, it's not like that. Shen Jichuan said, shut up. She froze in place, her face turning red. Shen Ziheng stayed on his knees, raising the book even higher. Father, mother didn't harm me. Shen Jichuan didn't take the book. He stared at Shen Ziheng. Get up first. Shen Ziheng shook his head. Father, please listen to me first. Shen Jichuan's frown deepened. Madam Shen said coldly, Mingyuan, look at this. This is what she's taught him. He dares to talk back to his grandmother and bargain with his father. The white-bearded elder chimed in. Prime Minister, this woman cannot stay. The dark-faced elder added, she stirred up the household on the very first day of marriage. What's next? The squint-eyed elder stroked his beard. No need to rush into divorce. Send her to the family temple to temper her nature. I laughed. How considerate of you elders. Divorce ruins my reputation, and the temple is torture. 2 birds with 1 stone. Shen Jichuan looked at me. Say less. I nodded. Fine. I shut up. That seemed to irritate him even more. He reached over, took the book from Shen Ziheng's hands, and opened the first page. His expression darkened inch by inch. Su Zhilan said softly, Cousin, I felt last night that sister was too warm toward Ziheng, but I never thought she'd planned this. Ziheng is young, so it's understandable that she's charmed him with a few words. Shen Jichuan stopped halfway through. I knew what he'd seen. That page said, if a stepson is bullied, first make him speak up and ask for proof himself. Don't answer everything for him. Below it was my own wobbly childhood note. If a child doesn't even dare to ask, everyone will walk all over him. Shen Jichuan flipped another page. If a stepson faces a biased elder, don't rush to argue. First, force the elder to set rules. Those who won't set rules are acting on selfishness. He looked up at me. Su Zhilan didn't notice. She kept speaking softly, Cousin, even if 1 or 2 lines in that book seem reasonable, they can't hide its malicious core. I finally spoke. Miss Su, what's the rush? Lord Shen can read. Su Zhilan's face stiffened. Madam Shen said, Mingyuan, don't let her twist things. She admitted she wanted to be a wicked stepmother. Shen Jichuan looked at me. Did you admit it? I said, yes. He asked, why? I couldn't be bothered to fake virtue. My mother died early and left me this book. I studied it for 15 years, thinking I'd use it after marriage. Shen Jichuan's hand paused, holding the book. Your mother. Was Lady Yu a second wife in the Xia household back then? I hadn't expected him to know. Yes. Shen Jichuan's expression shifted. Madame Shen frowned. Mingyuan, why are you asking about that? Shen Jichuan didn't answer. He flipped to the last page. There, in newly added handwriting from last night, it read. Shen Ziheng, tentatively rated as a top-tier good kid. Observe for 3 days. If truly beyond saving. Switch tactics. Shen Jichuan stared at that line for a long time. Qing Luo quietly tried to save my face. My lady means the young master is too good, so she won't bully him anymore. I glanced at her. At least that girl wasn't raised for nothing. Su Zhilan pressed, cousin, if sister truly means no harm, why did she bring Ziheng to defy aunt on their wedding night? Shen Jichuan closed the book. Who punished Ziheng last night? Madame Shen said, I did. He went to the bridal chamber at night. That's against the rules. Shen Jichuan asked, which family rule? Madame Shen's face changed. The white-bearded elder coughed. There's no written rule, but propriety cannot be abandoned. Shen Jichuan looked at him. Third granduncle, where is the propriety? The white-bearded clan elder was stumped. Shen Jichuan then turned to Su Zhilan. The day Ziheng had a fever, you made him stand in the snow for an hour. Su Zhilan's eyes reddened. Cousin, Ziheng only had a slight cough that day. I thought he was slacking off. Shen Ziheng said quietly, I wasn't slacking. Shen Jichuan looked at him. Why didn't you tell me? Shen Ziheng fell silent again. I couldn't hold back. Because someone told him you're busy, and that bothering you with a small illness would be inconsiderate. Shen Jichuan stared at Su Zhilan. She immediately knelt. Cousin, I was afraid of distracting you. Those days were chaotic at court, and the emperor summoned you daily. As a woman of the inner quarters, I overstepped. I was wrong. She admitted fault quickly. That's the mark of a pro. Admit the small mistake first, and turn the big one into concern for the man. Old Madame Shen added, Zhilan was just thinking of you. Shen Jichuan said nothing. Shen Zhong shrank back by the door. I noticed. I spoke up. Steward Shen. He flinched. Madam. Where's the house physician? Not summoned yet. Last night, I said the physician must be in the main hall this morning. You didn't send for him. Shen Zhong wiped his sweat. This old servant thought, since the master hadn't returned. I cut him off. You thought my word didn't count. Shen Zhong dared not respond. I looked at Shen Jichuan. Lord Shen, the steward of the Prime Minister's mansion, listens to the old madam, to Miss Su, to the clan elders, but not to me. Last night, you said I only needed to fulfill my duties as the mistress of the household. So tell me, can this mistress even command a steward? Shen Jichuan looked at Shen Zhong. Go fetch the physician. Shen Zhong immediately acknowledged. I said, no need. Shen Jichuan looked at me. What now? I walked to Shen Ziheng. Ziheng, what did mother teach you last night? He glanced at Su Jilan. The more anxious the other person is, the more it shows you've hit a nerve. And? If she doesn't answer, she's guilty. I nodded. Now ask Steward Shen why the physician hasn't come. Shen Ziheng turned to Shen Zhong. Steward Shen, why hasn't the physician come? Sweat poured down Shen Zhong's face. Young master, this. Shen Ziheng pressed, did you not send for him, or did someone stop you? Su Jilan suddenly spoke. Ziheng, how can you learn to interrogate an elder? Steward Shen has cared for you for years. Shen Ziheng looked at her. Aunt Su, why are you answering for him? Su Jilan stopped mid-sentence. The frustration in my chest eased a little. The boy learns fast. Even Shen Jichuan glanced at him. Shen Zhong knelt. Master, this old servant was confused. Shen Jichuan said, speak. Shen Zhong's lips trembled. Last night, Miss Su's maid, Chun Tao, came to me and said the clan elders should be received first today, and the physician could come later. To avoid making a scene. Su Jilan's face went pale. Shen Zhong, you're lying. Shen Zhong prostrated himself. This old servant wouldn't dare. Su Jilan turned to Shen Jichuan. Cousin, I didn't. I just worried that if the physician came, outsiders might think the Gu family mistreats Ziheng. I laughed out loud. Miss Su, are you afraid of what outsiders think, or afraid the physician remembers that you didn't call for him that day? Su Jilan stared at me hard. Sister, why are you forcing me? I'm just an orphan living off others' kindness. I said, funny, I'm a new bride too. You cry orphan, I'll cry bride. Let's see who's louder. Qing Luo couldn't stifle a snort. Old Madam Shen slammed the table. Mrs. You, have you no sense of decency at all? I turned to her. The old lady taught me. The Gu family values rules, not reason. I'm just following local customs. Shen Jichuan pinched the bridge of his nose. Enough. I looked at him. You say enough, so it's enough. Last night, it was your son kneeling. This morning, I'm the one being interrogated. And the book that got pulled out to convict me. That was mine too. Now you say, enough, and who gets any relief from that? He lowered his hand. Then what do you want? That's exactly what I was waiting for. First, Su Jilan is never to touch Ziheng's studies again. She's not allowed in his study, and she can't punish him under the guise of discipline. Su Jilan cried out, cousin. Shen Jichuan said, granted. Second, Shen Zhong disrespected his mistress. 20 lashes, and he's stripped of his steward position. Shen Zhong collapsed. The old lady slammed the table. Shen Zhong is a long-time servant of this house. I turned to Shen Jichuan. He was silent for a moment. Granted. Su Jilan's handkerchief was nearly twisted to shreds. I continued. Third, everyone in this room today owes Ziheng an apology. The hall erupted. The white-bearded elder pointed at me. You want elders to apologize to a child? I nodded. Yes. The dark-faced elder snapped, absurd. I looked at Shen Ziheng. Lesson 7. Being older doesn't mean you're always right. Shen Ziheng said seriously, got it. Shen Jichuan watched the two of us and said nothing for a long while. The white-bearded elder was about to storm off. Shen Jichuan spoke up. "Third granduncle." The white-bearded man stopped. Shen Jichuan's voice was calm. "Zihang is the eldest legitimate grandson of the Gu family. If he was punished without cause, and the elders were present, a word of comfort to him isn't a loss of face." The white-bearded elder's face went pale, then flushed. He looked at Shen Zihang and said stiffly, "You were wrong today." The dark-faced elder snorted. "Study hard from now on. Don't let household matters distract you." That was hardly an apology. I was about to speak when Shen Zihang tugged at my sleeve. He bowed to the two elders. "Zihang thanks the elders for their guidance." He gave them an out. I held my tongue. The squint-eyed elder was smarter. He stroked his beard and said, "The young master was frightened." The old lady sat still. Su Zhilan didn't move either. I looked at them. "And you too?" The old lady sneered. "I'm his grandmother." I said, "Even a grandmother can be wrong and apologize." Her face turned gray with anger. Su Zhilan spoke weakly, "If sister wants an apology, I'll apologize." "Zihang, Aunt Su was wrong." Shen Zihang looked at her. What was Aunt Su wrong about? Su Zhilan froze. Shen Zihang said, "Mother says an apology should state the mistake." Su Zhilan's eyes finally couldn't hide the venom. She gritted her teeth. "I shouldn't have made you stand in the snow." Shen Zihang nodded. "And? I shouldn't have not called the house physician." "And?" Su Zhilan's tears fell again. "Zihang, do you have to push me like this?" Shen Zihang looked at her calmly. "Aunt Su used to ask me the same thing." Su Zhilan was completely speechless. Shen Jichuan's gaze landed on Shen Zihang, as if seeing his son for the first time. I felt a bit of satisfaction. Not much. Because the old lady still hadn't spoken. I was about to push when hurried footsteps came from outside. A page boy ran in and dropped to his knees, shouting, "My lord, bad news. The Royal Academy sent word. The policy essay the young master submitted yesterday is said to be copied from Third Prince's work. The Academy wants him to come for questioning today." Shen Zihang's face changed instantly. "I didn't copy." Su Zhilan's venom quickly vanished, replaced by panic. "Zihang, how did you get involved with the Third Prince?" The old lady's prayer beads started turning again. Shen Jichuan looked at Shen Zihang. "Where's the essay?" Shen Zihang said, "I gave it to the teacher." The page boy said shakily, "The teacher said the two essays are 70% similar. The Third Prince is furious, claiming you peeked at his draft." I asked, "Is the Third Prince also at the Royal Academy?" The page boy nodded. "The Third Prince brought the jade ruler bestowed by the Empress today, saying he'll examine the essays publicly." Shen Jichuan's face darkened. "A prince, a great scholar, the Royal Academy. This isn't the inner court. This is a knife's edge." Su Zhilan said quietly, "Cousin, the Third Prince's status is lofty. Maybe let Zihang admit fault first. He's just a child. After apologizing, it might pass." I turned to her. "Say that again." Su Zhilan's eyes were red. "I'm thinking of Zihang too. If this blows up, even you could be implicated." Shen Zihang clutched the hem of his robe, his voice tight. I didn't copy. Su Zhilan said, but he's a prince. Those words fell, and no one in the main hall refuted them. Even Shen Jichuan stayed silent. I looked at these people. What a good child. At home, crushed by rules. Outside, trampled by imperial power. And everyone tells him to just admit it. I reached over, took the Stepmother's handbook from Shen Jichuan's hand, and dusted it off. Ziheng. Shen Ziheng looked up. Mother. Lesson 8. I tucked the book into my sleeve. For a child who won't listen to reason, you can't use gentlemanly methods. Shen Jichuan looked at me. What are you going to do? I smiled. Didn't you say he doesn't need me to teach him? I took Shen Ziheng's hand and walked out. Today, I'll show you whether he needs me or not. At the gate of the Royal Academy, it was busier than a market square. Carriages lined up for half the street. Servants of nobles crowded under the stone steps, all craning their necks. When Shen Jichuan dismounted, the noise at the academy gate quieted down. I led Shen Ziheng out of the carriage. His palms were sweaty, and he kept trying to pull away. I didn't let him. What's there to fear? He whispered, Mother, the third prince doesn't like others touching his things. He said I peeked at his draft. Someone must have placed my essay with his. I asked, what did you write? On disaster relief. Who knew? Everyone at the academy. The teacher assigned the topic the day before. Where's your draft? Shen Ziheng stopped. I looked at him. He pressed his lips together. It's gone. When did it disappear? Yesterday afternoon. I went to deliver books to Aunt Sue, and when I came back, it was gone. I glanced at Su Zhilan, who was following behind. She insisted on coming today, saying she was worried about Ziheng. Worried, but it looked like she was here for the drama. Shen Jichuan heard it too. He looked at Su Zhilan. Su Zhilan quickly said, Ziheng did come to my courtyard yesterday. I had Chuntao give him some pastries. He sat for a while and left. As for the draft, I know nothing. I asked Shen Ziheng. Why did she ask you to deliver books? Shen Ziheng said, Aunt Sue said she wanted to check my book box, afraid I'd miss something for tomorrow's exam. Su Zhilan said urgently, Sister, what's with that look? I've always helped organize Ziheng's book box. I laughed once. You've done such a great job. He didn't dare tell anyone about his fever, and now his draft can go missing. Su Zhilan's tears started to come. I raised a hand. Hold that thought. Save the crying for the scholars later. Too many eyes here. It'd be a waste. Her breath caught in her throat, her face flushed red. Shen Jichuan gave me a look. This isn't the Gu residence. Watch your words. I asked, will watching my words stop your son from being framed? He didn't answer. The academy steward came out to greet us. Lord Shen, the third prince and the scholars are waiting in the Mainland Hall. His gaze swept to me, hesitating. And this is? I said, Shen Ziheng's mother. The steward froze. Everyone in the capital knew the Grand Secretary had remarried, but no one expected his new wife to show up at the academy on the second day to fight a case. He quickly bowed. Madam Shen. Inside the Mingluan Hall sat a dozen scholars. In the center was a young man in embroidered robes, about 12 or 13, with an expression so arrogant it might fly off to the rafters. He held a jade ruler, tapping it on the table. Beside him sat a white-bearded scholar, his face stern. As soon as I entered, the third prince said, "Shen Zihang, you dare show your face?" Shen Zihang stopped. I squeezed his hand. He stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, third prince, and esteemed scholars." The third prince sneered. "Drop the act. You peeked at my essay and dared to submit it as your own. Is this how the Gu family teaches you?" Shen Jichuan's face darkened. "Mind your words, your highness." The third prince saw Shen Jichuan and shrank a bit, then straightened up again. "Lord Shen, I respect you as Grand Secretary, but your son copied my essay. The witnesses and evidence are right here." I spoke up. "Who's the witness?" The third prince turned to me. "And who are you?" I bowed. "I am Yu Wantong, Shen Zihang's mother." The third prince scoffed. "So you're that new stepmother? Just got in the door and already playing favorites?" I nodded. "Yes." A few scholars exchanged glances. The third prince was caught off guard. I said, "Your Highness mentioned witnesses and evidence. I'd like to see them. Even if I'm playing favorites, I need to know which way to lean." The white-bearded scholar coughed. "Madam Shen, this matter concerns the Academy's reputation. It's not a household squabble." I looked at him. "You're right. That's exactly why we need to get to the bottom of it. If you wrongly punish a boy who didn't copy, wouldn't the Academy's reputation be stained too?" The white-bearded scholar frowned. The third prince slapped the two essays on the table. "See for yourself." The steward handed them to Shen Jichuan. After reading, Shen Jichuan's brows knit tightly. I reached out. He passed them to me. The two essays were indeed similar. Same opening theme, similar structure in the middle, even the same allusions. Shen Zihang whispered, "Mother, that's not what I wrote." I asked, "What did you write in the third paragraph of your draft?" Shen Zihang answered, that official granaries should verify old accounts before distributing grain, and local gentry relief must list names in a registry. The third prince slammed the table. "You dare recite my essay?" I looked at him. "Did your highness write that too?" The third prince said smugly, "Of course." I asked Shen Zihang again. "What about the fourth paragraph?" Shen Zihang said, that relief shouldn't only go to disaster victims, but also provide for orphans and the elderly. The third prince's expression shifted slightly. I noticed. "Did your highness write that as well?" The third prince snorted. "Of course I did." I picked up the two essays. "But neither of these has it." The hall went silent. Shen Jichuan looked at the essays in my hand. The white-bearded scholar reached for them too. I handed them over. After reading, his brows furrowed deeply. "Indeed, it's not there." The third prince's face soured. "So what? He made that up on the spot." I asked, "How does your highness know it was made up on the spot?" The third prince slapped his jade ruler. "Because I say so." Shen Zihang lowered his eyes. He'd heard this before. At the Gu residence, Su Zhilan said it was for his own good, so it was. At the academy, the prince said he copied, so he did. I placed the two essays back on the table. Your Highness, may I ask where your original draft is? The third prince lifted his chin. Right here. A young eunuch at his side brought forward a brocade box, inside which lay a stack of papers. The white-bearded scholar took them out and flipped through. Indeed, this is His Highness's handwriting. I asked, and where is Shen Ziheng's original draft? The steward answered, young Master Shen's draft has gone missing. The third prince sneered. He probably destroyed it out of guilt. I turned to the steward. Has anyone in the academy seen his draft? The steward hesitated. A few students stood at the corner of the hall. One tall, thin boy shrank back slightly. I noticed. Shen Ziheng noticed too. I said quietly, Lesson 9. Shen Ziheng murmured back, the more someone avoids, the more they have to hide. I was satisfied. Go ask. Shen Ziheng looked at the tall, thin boy. Zhou Huai, you saw my draft yesterday, didn't you? Zhou Huai's face turned pale. I didn't get a clear look. The third prince glared at him. Zhou Huai, think carefully before you speak. Zhou Huai immediately lowered his head. I didn't see it. Shen Ziheng pressed his lips together. I said, continue. Shen Ziheng asked, yesterday afternoon, before I went to Aunt Sue's courtyard, didn't you come to borrow my inkstone? Zhou Huai said, what's so strange about a classmate borrowing an inkstone? You also asked me if I could write about caring for orphans in my essay on disaster relief. Zhou Huai grew anxious. I just asked casually. The third prince sneered. Shen Ziheng, are you trying to drag your classmate into this? Shen Ziheng glanced at me. I didn't answer for him. He took a deep breath. I'm not dragging anyone. I just want to clarify things. The white-bearded scholar finally spoke up. Zhou Huai, did you or did you not see Shen Ziheng's original draft yesterday? Sweat beaded on Zhou Huai's forehead. This student caught a few glimpses. The third prince's expression darkened. I smiled. A small crack had opened. Then Su Zhilan spoke softly, even if young Master Zhou saw it, that doesn't prove Ziheng copied His Highness. Sister, don't drag others into this. I looked at her. Miss Su is so kind. When Shen Ziheng was being dragged into trouble, you urged him to confess. But when Zhou Huai gets questioned, you feel sorry for him. Su Zhilan's face froze. Shen Jichuan said in a low voice, you wantong. I said, I'm being restrained. The white-bearded scholar turned to Zhou Huai. What parts did you see? Zhou Huai stammered, just the granary and the registry stuff. What about the part on caring for orphans? Zhou Huai fell silent. The third prince tapped his jade ruler harder. What's the point of all this questioning? The two essays are similar, so he copied. I looked at the two essays. Your Highness is mistaken. How so? I picked up Shen Ziheng's essay. This isn't Ziheng's writing. Shen Ziheng looked up abruptly. Shen Jichuan also turned to look. I pointed at a few characters on the paper. I saw his handwriting last night. A child who polishes jade has calluses on his hands, so his strokes land heavier. This character is too light. The white-bearded scholar was taken aback, then took the paper to examine it closely. Shen Jichuan also glanced at it. Indeed, this isn't Ziheng's usual brushwork. The third prince sneered. Ridiculous. You're just a stepmother, married for a day, and you know his handwriting. I said, I don't. The third prince was about to laugh. I continued, but his father does. Shen Jichuan took the essay, scanned it, and his expression grew colder. This wasn't written by Ziheng. The white-bearded scholar asked, Are you certain, Lord Shen? Shen Jichuan said, Certain. The third prince stood up. Shen Jichuan, of course you'd protect your son. Shen Jichuan bowed to him. I wouldn't dare deceive the emperor or your highness. I've reviewed Zihang's schoolwork every month. This handwriting isn't his. I turned to the steward. From the student's hands to the master's desk, who handles the papers in between? The steward's face changed. The class monitors collect them, send them to the library, and then the clerks record them in the register. Who's the class monitor? Everyone in the hall looked at Zhou Huai. His legs went weak. It's me. The third prince stared at him. Zhou Huai immediately shouted, Your Highness, I didn't switch the papers. Did I ask? I said. Zhou Huai shut his mouth. The white-bearded scholar's face darkened completely. Go to the library and get yesterday's collection records. The steward hurried out. The third prince sat back down, his face sour. Su Zhilan suddenly spoke up. Sister is truly impressive. You've been here just one day, and you already remember Zihang's handwriting so clearly. That was a sly remark. It implied I'd planned this, maybe even orchestrated the paper swap myself. I looked at her. Miss Su is impressive too. After Zihang's original draft disappeared following a visit to your courtyard yesterday, you still stand here acting innocent. Shen Jichuan turned to Su Zhilan. Her tears started again. Cousin, I didn't. Why does sister keep targeting me? Because you deserve every word, I said. The third prince snapped, Enough. I'm not here to watch women bicker. I turned to him. Your Highness is right. I'm not here to watch a child be wronged either. His eyes widened. Are you saying I'm wronging him? I bowed. If the evidence proves it wasn't Zihang, then yes, your words today were a wrong. Several masters in the hall lowered their heads to sip tea, their cups clinking awkwardly. Shen Jichuan looked at me like I was a freshly sharpened cleaver. Not fancy. But it could really cut. The steward returned quickly, followed by a gray-robed clerk holding a ledger. Master, yesterday young Master Shen's paper was delivered by Zhou Huai, the clerk said. The white-bearded scholar asked, Was there anything unusual when it arrived? The clerk glanced at Zhou Huai. The seal was loose. Zhou Huai protested, The wind was strong yesterday. It must have blown open on the way. I asked, The academy library is in the inner courtyard. What wind could specifically loosen Zihang's paper? Zhou Huai had no answer. The clerk added, Also, His Highness's paper arrived a quarter hour later than the others. The third prince's expression shifted. I had matters to attend to yesterday. The white-bearded scholar looked at him. What matters, Your Highness? The prince grew impatient. I went to meet someone sent by my mother. Can anyone attest to that? I asked. The young eunuch immediately said, I can vouch for that. I smiled. How convenient, having your own people vouch for you. The prince erupted, "How dare you?" Shen Jichuan stepped in front of me. "Your Highness, getting to the bottom of this is what matters." The prince pointed at him. "Shen Jichuan, is your family trying to bully me today?" Shen Zihang suddenly spoke up. "Your Highness, I'll rewrite it right now." Everyone turned to him. He stepped forward and bowed to the white-bearded scholar. "My original draft was lost yesterday, and today's submission was swapped. I'm willing to rewrite on the same topic right here. If I can't produce yesterday's ideas, I'll accept the punishment. But if I can, I ask the Academy to clear my name." A glimmer of approval appeared in the white-bearded scholar's eyes. "Very well." The third prince sneered. "Go ahead, then. Let's see what you can come up with." I asked Shen Zihang quietly, scared. "Yes," he said. "Still going to do it?" Mother said, "If it's not my fault, I can't admit it." "Good." I stepped back. "Go." Shen Zihang sat down at the desk. The attendant ground the ink stick. As he lifted his brush, the third prince was still sneering. Su Zhilan stood beside me, her voice so low only I could hear. "Sister, do you really think writing an essay will turn things around? Offend the third prince, and even cousin can't protect you." I didn't look at her. "Miss Su, do you know the first trick in the Stepmother's handbook for dealing with kids who love to tattle?" She frowned. I said, "Let them spin their own lie. The more they talk, the bigger the holes." Su Zhilan's face changed. Shen Zihang wrote quickly. Half an hour later, he set down his brush. The white-bearded scholar picked it up, read a few lines, and his expression shifted. "Not bad." Shocked. He read on, forgetting his tea. Shen Jichuan stood nearby, his gaze on the paper, his expression growing more complex. The third prince couldn't hold back. "How is it?" The white-bearded scholar didn't answer. He passed the essay to the other masters beside him. They read it in turn. A Master Tao slapped the table. "Excellent." The third prince's face darkened. Master Tao realized his lapse and coughed. "Young Master Shen's essay here far surpasses the one handed in yesterday. The concept, the structure, the allusions, none of it reads like plagiarism." The white-bearded scholar turned to the third prince. "Your Highness, in my view, that piece yesterday was indeed not written by Shen Zihang." The third prince's jade ruler froze. Zhou Huai was already trembling. I looked at him. "Zhou Huai, now it's your turn. Where is Shen Zihang's real manuscript?" Zhou Huai dropped to his knees with a thud. "I don't know." The third prince snapped, "Useless, why are you kneeling?" At that, the hall grew even quieter. Zhou Huai's face turned pale. The white-bearded scholar sensed something off. "Your Highness, why do you call him useless?" The third prince opened his mouth. The eunuch hastily tugged at his sleeve. Too late. Shen Zihang looked at the third prince. "Your Highness, did you already know the paper wasn't mine?" The third prince gritted his teeth. "I don't know." I walked over to Zhou Huai and crouched down. "Are you afraid of the third prince?" Zhou Huai didn't answer. "Afraid he'll punish you?" Still silent. I pulled the Stepmother's handbook from my sleeve and flipped to a page. "Let me teach you something. If someone forces you to harm another, staying silent now makes all the blame yours. Speak now, and you're just a fool." Zhou Huai looked up at me. I. The third prince barked, Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai flinched. I closed the book. See that? He won't let you talk. That means he's more scared than you are. Zhou Huai looked at the white-bearded scholar, then at Shen Jichuan, and finally at Shen Ziheng. The third prince made me switch the papers. The third prince kicked over the low table beside him. You're lying. Zhou Huai burst into tears. The third prince said Shen Ziheng always ranks first, and it was annoying. If I swapped Shen Ziheng's paper and put the third prince's old draft in, it would make Shen Ziheng lose face forever. The masters in the Mingluan Hall all changed expression. Su Zhilan took a step back. I caught a glimpse of paper peeking from her sleeve. It looked familiar. Shen Ziheng's gaze also landed there. He suddenly said, Aunt Su, what's in your sleeve? Su Zhilan quickly tucked her hand back inside. Nothing. I looked at her. Show us. Her face went pale, but she forced a smile. Sister, this is the academy, not the Gu residence. You can't just search me. I nodded. I won't. She breathed a sigh of relief. I turned to Shen Jichuan. You search her. Shen Jichuan's brow twitched. Su Zhilan stared at him in disbelief. Cousin. Shen Jichuan didn't move. I said, Lord Shen, last night you told me not to touch Zihang's schoolwork. Today his work was swapped, and the original appeared in someone's sleeve. Whoever had it is the one who touched it. Are you going to investigate or not? Shen Jichuan looked at Su Zhilan. Zhilan, take it out. Su Zhilan's tears welled up again. Cousin, do you suspect me too? Shen Jichuan's voice lowered. Take it out. Su Zhilan took a step back. The old Madame Shen hadn't come today, so no one was there to shield her. The third prince was being pinned down by Zhou Huai and couldn't spare her. She looked to the young eunuch for help, but he kept his head low. I said, Miss Su, Lesson 10. Shen Zihang caught on quickly. The faster the tears, the dirtier the sleeve. Su Zhilan's last shred of feigned fragility cracked. You wanton, are you determined to ruin me? I smiled. Miss Su, you've finally stopped calling me sister. Shen Jichuan walked up to her. Zhilan. Su Zhilan stared at him for a long time. Finally, she slowly pulled a folded piece of paper from her sleeve. Shen Zihang's face went pale. That's my draft. The white-bearded scholar took it immediately. The handwriting on the paper matched what Shen Zihang had written on the spot, and the content corresponded too. The truth was now clear. Zhou Huai had swapped the submitted papers. The third prince had set up the frame-up. Su Zhilan had stolen the draft to cut off Shen Zihang's way to prove himself. 3 knives, each aimed at a 9-year-old child. Shen Jichuan looked at the paper, his face dark and terrifying. Why? Su Zhilan gave a smile. That smile looked better than her tears, and far more venomous. Why? Cousin asks me why. Shen Jichuan said nothing. Su Zhilan pointed at Shen Zihang. The moment he was born, Auntie said the Gu family had an heir. After your late wife died, everyone revolved around him. I spent 3 years in the Gu mansion, taking care of him for you, nursing Auntie through her illness. Outsiders all assumed I'd marry into the family sooner or later. She looked at me, hatred surging in her eyes. And then you married her. A daughter of a rights ministry official. What makes her worthy? I said, because the matchmaker came to my house, not yours. Su Jilan's face twisted in frustration. Shen Jichuan looked at her. So you harmed Zihang. I never meant to kill him. Making him take the blame for plagiarizing a prince's essay and ruining his future at the academy, that's not harm. Su Jilan gritted her teeth. Once he made a fool of himself, Auntie would have made you marry me. Then I would have taught him properly. Shen Zihang suddenly asked, Aunt Su, were you nice to me before just to marry my father? Su Jilan looked at him. She probably wanted to say no. But she couldn't pretend anymore. Zihang, everyone has to look out for themselves. If you had been obedient, I wouldn't have had to go this far. Shen Zihang was quiet for a moment. I used to be very obedient. Su Jilan had nothing to say. The white-bearded scholar was so angry his beard trembled. This academy was supposed to be a pure place, and you've turned it into this. The third prince suddenly stood up. Enough. I was just playing around. Shen Zihang isn't hurt, is he? I looked at him. Your Highness thinks he's fine. The third prince stiffened his neck. He wrote an essay now, and the master praised him. What more do you want? Do you expect me to apologize to him? Shen Zihang pursed his lips. Shen Jichuan spoke. Your Highness should apologize. The third prince froze. What did you say? Shen Jichuan bowed to him. I ask your Highness to apologize to Zihang. The third prince laughed in disbelief. Shen Jichuan, are you mad? I'm a prince, and he's the son of a minister. I took Shen Zihang's hand. His hand was ice cold. I asked him, do you want an apology? He looked at the third prince, and after a moment, nodded. Yes. I said, louder. Shen Zihang lifted his head. I want the third prince to apologize. The third prince's face flushed red. You're dreaming. The young eunuch hurriedly said, Your Highness, the Empress said today must not be blown out of proportion. Those words reached the ears of the several tutors in the hall. I caught it. The Empress said so. Meaning she knew about this. Maybe even approved, or orchestrated it. Shen Jichuan heard it too. His eyes darkened. The third prince shot a vicious glare at the young eunuch. The white-bearded scholar rose to his feet. Your Highness, this academy has its rules. I will report today's matter to His Majesty as it is. The third prince panicked. Scholar Bai, how dare you? I am the academy's chancellor, personally appointed by His Majesty to teach the scholars of the realm. If I can't even protect the word integrity, I'll take off this official cap tomorrow. The third prince was finally scared. He looked at Shen Jichuan. Minister Shen, are you really going to offend the Empress over such a trivial matter? Shen Jichuan didn't answer right away. Su Jilan suddenly seized the opportunity. Cousin, the third prince is young, and the Empress runs the 6 palaces. If you force the prince to apologize, those in court will make a big deal of it. Zihang is already cleared. Why fight for this breath? Shen Jichuan looked at Shen Zihang. Shen Zihang looked back at him. For a moment, I was actually nervous. What would Shen Jichuan choose? He was a father. And the Grand Secretary. Su Jilan knew him too well. She knew he excelled at weighing options. Suddenly, I understood why Shen Ziheng never said anything before. If a child is always told to swallow his grievances for the bigger picture, eventually he just learns to say, "I'm fine." Shen Jichuan finally spoke. "Ziheng." Shen Ziheng's back slowly tensed. "Father is here," he answered quickly. Shen Jichuan said, "Today, your father will fight for you." Shen Ziheng froze. I glanced at Shen Jichuan too. The third prince shouted, "Shen Jichuan." Shen Jichuan turned to the white-bearded scholar. "Please report to His Majesty. I will also go to the palace to clarify this to the emperor." The third prince was panicked. The young eunuch fell to his knees with a thud. "Your Highness, this can't reach the emperor." The white-bearded scholar said, "Your Highness, if you please." The third prince gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Ziheng. "Sorry," I said, too quiet. The third prince glared at me. I said, "Everyone in the Mingluan Hall heard you when you accused him of plagiarism just now." The third prince gripped the jade ruler, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Shen Jichuan stood in front of us, silent. The white-bearded scholar also looked at him. Finally, the third prince squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. "I'm sorry." Shen Ziheng stood still. I whispered, satisfied. He said, "Not yet." The third prince nearly jumped. "What else do you want?" Shen Ziheng looked at him. "Your Highness must say, Shen Ziheng did not plagiarize." The third prince's face turned purple. The white-bearded scholar nodded. "That should be said." The third prince closed his eyes, as if swallowing a fly. Shen Ziheng did not plagiarize. Shen Ziheng bowed. "This student has heard it." At that moment, the fire in my chest finally died down a bit. Su Zhilan leaned against the table, as if all the bones had been drained from her. I walked up to her. "Miss Su, your turn." She looked up. "I've already lost. What more do you want?" "Apologize." She laughed bitterly. "You wantong, don't get cocky. How long do you think you can protect him? The palace is targeting the Gu family. What can your little book do?" Shen Jichuan looked at her. "What do you know?" Su Zhilan suddenly shut her mouth. I stared at her. "The palace?" She stays silent. The third prince's face changes too. Shen Jichuan steps forward. "Su Zhilan, who told you to steal the draft?" Su Zhilan shakes her head. "I don't know. You just said the palace wants to move against the Gu family." "I made that up." I see fear in her eyes. Not fear of Shen Jichuan. Fear of someone higher up. Suddenly, Shen Ziheng tugs at my sleeve. "Mother, that book Aunt Su asked me to deliver yesterday, it wasn't mine." I ask, "What book?" "Strategies of Famous Ministers Across the Dynasties." Su Zhilan's face changes drastically. Shen Jichuan asks, "Where's the book?" Shen Ziheng says, "After I delivered it, Aunt Su told me to put it on her desk. There was a letter tucked inside. I saw one character." "What character?" Shen Ziheng looks at the third prince. "Empress." The Mingluan Hall goes completely silent. Empress. No one says the word out loud, but everyone understands. The third prince's face turns ghostly pale. The young eunuch is already kowtowing on the floor. Su Jilan turns to run. Qing Luo is quick. She grabs Su Jilan's sleeve. A thin letter slips out from her cuff. There's no name on the envelope. Shen Jichuan picks it up. Su Jilan shrieks, "Don't read it." Shen Jichuan opens the letter. He only glances at it, and his expression changes. I ask, "What does it say?" Shen Jichuan doesn't answer. The third prince suddenly lunges for the letter. "Give it back." Shen Jichuan dodges. The third prince is so frantic he forgets his royal dignity. "That's not for you to see." I look at Shen Jichuan. "Lord Shen, read it." Shen Jichuan looks up at me. I say, "Ziheng is standing right here. He has the right to know who's trying to crush him." Shen Jichuan holds the letter, hesitating. Shen Ziheng says softly, "Father, please read it." Su Jilan collapses to the ground, murmuring, "It's over." Shen Jichuan finally speaks. Before the year-end exam, destroy Shen Ziheng's reputation so he cannot be selected as an imperial companion. Shen Ziheng's hand clenches my sleeve tightly. I look at the letter. What else? Shen Jichuan's voice drops. If Shen Jichuan investigates, threaten him with Yu's mother's past. I'm stunned. My mother's past. I reach for the letter. Shen Jichuan doesn't give it to me. He folds it back up and tucks it into his sleeve. I laugh. "Lord Shen, are you planning to make decisions for me again?" Shen Jichuan looks at me. "This isn't the right place to talk." I gesture at the Mingluan Hall. "When you were wrongly accusing Ziheng, this was the right place. Now that it involves me, it's not." The white-bearded scholar coughs. "Madam Shen, if this involves the palace, we must be cautious." I look at him. "You've been cautious your whole life, which is why this academy almost let a 9-year-old take the blame." The white-bearded scholar's face falls, his beard twitching. Shen Ziheng tugs my sleeve. "Mother." His voice is soft. I look down. "Scared?" He shakes his head. "No. Father didn't read it, maybe because he's afraid it would hurt you." I look at him. This kid. He's too well-behaved for his own good. Trampled into the dirt, and he's still making excuses for others. I touch the Stepmother's handbook in my sleeve. Ziheng, Lesson 11. Shen Ziheng straightens up. I say, when someone says it's for your own good, first check if they're hiding a knife. Shen Jichuan's brow furrows. You want on? I look at him. Are you hiding one? He stays silent. I hold out my hand. The letter. Su Jilan suddenly bursts out laughing. She sat on the ground, her hair bun half undone, all traces of her usual delicate act gone. You want on, do you really want to see? Once you do, you'll know your mother wasn't so innocent back then either. Qing Luo rushed over, ready to slap her. Shut up. I held Qing Luo back. Let her talk. Su Jilan finally found something she could use to stab me. Your mother was a second wife in the Xie family. She drove the original wife's son to death. Everyone old in the capital knows about it. Later, the Xies kicked her out, and she married your father. That little book she left you. It's a poison meant to harm children. I said nothing. Qingluo's eyes turned red with anger. You're lying. My mistress is the gentlest person. She wouldn't even step on an ant. Su Zhilan sneered. Gentle? A gentle person wouldn't write a book like that. I looked at Shen Jichuan. You knew too. Shen Jichuan avoided my gaze. I've heard rumors. So last night, when you saw that book, you didn't immediately deal with me because you knew about my mother? I didn't know everything. Then how much do you know? Shen Jichuan didn't answer. I nodded. Fine. I turned and headed out. Shen Ziheng quickly followed. Mother. Shen Jichuan blocked my way. You Wantong, let's go back to the mansion first. I stopped. And then what? You'll close the door and tell me my mother might have hurt someone, and tell me not to make a scene. Or you'll investigate for me, and tell me only what you think I should hear. Shen Jichuan said in a low voice, the palace is watching the Gu family. This letter can't be opened here at the academy. I looked up at him. Then we won't open it here. He thought I was backing down, and his expression relaxed slightly. I said, I'm going to the palace. Several teachers in the hall looked up at once. The third prince's face changed completely. What are you going to the palace for? I turned to him. Isn't your highness the empress's son? If this letter is fake, it'll clear the empress's name. If it's real, then the emperor should see how his son and his empress run the academy's rules. The third prince was furious. How dare you? I dared to come to the Royal Academy on the second day after my wedding to demand an apology from a prince. Guess if I dare to go to the palace. The third prince was speechless with rage. The young eunuch lay prostrate on the ground, his voice trembling. Lord Shen, you can't let your wife go to the palace. If the empress finds out, she'll be furious. Shen Jichuan looked down at him. Are you threatening me? The eunuch immediately kowtowed. This servant wouldn't dare. I let out a laugh. The servant doesn't dare, but the master does. Lord Shen, you see, he's more honest than you. Shen Jichuan stared at me for a long moment, then finally said, I'll take you to the palace. Su Zhilan's face went completely pale. No. She scrambled to her feet and tried to make a run for the door. Qing Luo didn't hold back this time. She stomped on Su Zhilan's skirt. Su Zhilan fell to the ground, hissing in pain. Qing Luo put her hands on her hips and cursed, Where do you think you're running? Weren't you just crying so well? Go cry in front of the empress. Su Zhilan looked up, humiliated. How dare a servant treat me like this? Qing Luo spat. I'm a servant, not blind. You tried to harm the young master and insulted my mistress. Stepping on your skirt is the least of it. The white-bearded scholar looked at Shen Jichuan. Prime Minister, I'll go too. The third prince was frantic. Master Bai, do you have to blow this out of proportion? The white-bearded scholar looked at him. Your Highness, if this academy pretends to be deaf and dumb today, then tomorrow every student can be forced to confess under the weight of power. At my age, I'm not afraid of making enemies. The third prince gritted his teeth. Fine. Wonderful. All of you are just picking on me. I looked at him. Your Highness, here's lesson 12. The third prince glared at me. I said, don't call the bad things you did, other people bullying you. Shen Ziheng nodded lightly beside me. The third prince saw it and his face grew even darker. Shen Jichuan ordered people to watch Zhou Huai and Su Jilan, had the academy seal both essays, and took along the new essay Shen Ziheng wrote on the spot in the letter. When we left Mingluan Hall, even more people crowded around the academy gate. Word had already spread. Some said young Master Shen had been falsely accused of plagiarism and was fighting to clear his name. Some said the third prince apologized publicly. Others said the new wife of the Grand Secretary was as fierce as a female general just back from the border. I heard that last remark and turned to look at the speaker. The man immediately hid behind a pillar. Shen Ziheng whispered, "Mother, don't be angry. He wasn't insulting you." I asked, "Then what was it?" "He was praising how formidable you are." I looked down at him. "Do you like a formidable mother?" Shen Ziheng thought it over seriously. "Yes." Then he added, "A little scared too." I smiled. "Good. A stepmother who isn't scary can't keep the household in order." Shen Ziheng smiled a little too. That was the first time I saw him act like a child. Not bowing, not apologizing, not being overly mature. Just smiling. Shen Jichuan stood by the carriage and happened to see it. His face showed nothing, but his hand lingered on the jade belt at his waist for a long time. On the way to the palace, Shen Jichuan sat across from me. Shen Ziheng sat beside me. The white-bearded scholar rode in another carriage. It was quiet inside. I spoke first. "Grand Secretary Shen, you owe me an explanation." Shen Jichuan said, "Your mother was indeed accused of mistreating the legitimate son of the first wife when she was at the Xie family. That child later drowned, and your mother was divorced by the Xie family. But 3 months later, the Xie family steward let slip after drinking that your mother didn't harm that child." I asked, "Who did?" "The second branch of the Xie family." "What proof?" "It's gone." I smiled. How convenient. The evidence of the crime always disappears, but the rumors about my mother have thrived for all these years. Shen Jichuan looked at me. I investigated, but the people involved in the Xie family incident back then are either dead or scattered. "So you married me because you were investigating my mother?" Shen Jichuan paused for a moment. "No." "Then why?" He glanced at Shen Ziheng. Shen Ziheng immediately lowered his head, pretending not to hear. I said, "He was just wronged, and you want him to learn to play deaf." Shen Ziheng looked up. Shen Jichuan said, "I married you because you once saved Ziheng." I was stunned. "Me?" Shen Ziheng was also stunned. "Mother saved me?" Shen Jichuan nodded. 3 years ago, at the Lantern Festival, Ziheng got lost and was taken to an alley entrance. Someone used a sugar figurine to lure him into a carriage. It was you who smashed that peddler's stall. I remembered now. That year at the festival, I had gone out with Yu Yen to buy sugar-roasted chestnuts when I saw a child standing at the alley entrance, with a peddler beside him calling him young master. The child was well-dressed, but his face was pale in a way that didn't seem right. I thought it was a kidnapper, so I raised my lantern and smashed it in the peddler's face. Later, the patrol guards came. Afraid of trouble, I grabbed Yu Yen and ran. I looked at Shen Ziheng. "That was you?" Shen Ziheng nodded blankly. "I only remember a young lady smashing a lantern and cursing that man, saying he was a toad wearing a mandarin jacket, pretending to be from a rich family. Qing Luo wasn't in the carriage. Otherwise, she would have immediately said that sounded exactly like something my lady would say. I looked at Shen Jichuan. Since you knew, why did you treat me like a decoration on our wedding night? Shen Jichuan was at a loss for words. Shen Ziheng also looked at him. Shen Jichuan said quietly, I thought you didn't want to get involved in the Gu family's troubles. I laughed. So you decided for me, and made me a decoration. The Gu family is being watched. The more outstanding Ziheng becomes, the more danger he's in. If you only act as a nominal matriarch, at least you'll be safe. Safe? I lifted the carriage curtain slightly. The palace gates were drawing closer. Lord Shen, if my mother had played it safe back then, she'd have spent her whole life bearing the blame for killing her stepson. If I seek safety today, Ziheng will bear the blame for plagiarizing the prince. I let the curtain fall. You clever people always use the word safety to talk others into swallowing knives. Shen Jichuan's hands rested on his knees, his fingers pressing the dark patterns on his court robes. After today, the Empress will hold a grudge against you. She had no intention of letting me off even before today. I looked at him. The letter made it clear she threatened me with my past. Lord Shen, before I even entered the Gu mansion, the palace had already prepared a blade for me. Shen Ziheng suddenly spoke, Mother, I won't compete for the position of Imperial Study Companion anymore. I looked down at him. Why? Because they're harming me because of that. I asked, do you want to go? He hesitated. Yes. Then compete. Shen Jichuan interjected, Ziheng, being an Imperial Study Companion isn't just about studying. I cut him off. Lesson 13. Shen Ziheng immediately looked at me. The more others don't want you to have something, the more valuable it must be. Shen Jichuan frowned. You wantong, this is not a game. I looked at him. Do I look like I'm playing? The carriage stopped outside the palace gates. A eunuch came to greet us, his face tense. Lord Shen, the Empress has heard that the third prince was wronged at the academy. She summons you and your wife to Fengyi Palace. I smiled. Wronged. They're really good at twisting words. Shen Jichuan got out and extended his hand to help me. I didn't take it. I jumped down myself. Shen Ziheng followed, his little face tense. I whispered to him, Are you afraid of the Empress? He nodded. Yes. If you're afraid, remember this, inside, speak less, watch people more. Watch what? Watch who's anxious, who's avoiding, who's eager to speak for others. Shen Ziheng nodded. Shen Jichuan walked ahead, his steps pausing for a moment. He had heard. Inside Fengyi Palace, the fragrance was almost choking. The Empress sat at the head, her attire luxurious, her appearance meticulously preserved. The third prince had already changed his demeanor, kneeling beside her, his eyes red. When he saw us enter, he immediately lowered his head, as if he had suffered great injustice. The Empress didn't tell us to rise. Shen Jichuan bowed. I followed suit. Shen Ziheng knelt the most properly. The Empress spoke slowly. Madam Shen, I hear that today you forced the prince to apologize at the academy. I looked up. Your Majesty, you heard wrong. The third prince immediately said, Mother, she's lying. The Empress didn't even glance at him, only staring at me. Then tell me, what did I hear wrong? I said, it wasn't that I forced the prince to apologize, but that the prince falsely accused Shen Ziheng of plagiarism. The academy's libationer asked the prince to clear his name. The empress gave a slight smile. What a sharp tongue. I lowered my head. Your Majesty flatters me. The third prince said with hatred, Mother, she also insulted me. The empress asked, what did she say? The third prince was stuck. I answered for him. I said, don't call the bad things you did as others bullying you. The teacup beside the empress lightly settled back onto the table. Madam Shen, you dare speak like this in front of me? I said, I was merely repeating what was said before. If your Majesty finds it harsh, it only proves the words are true. Shen Jichuan said in a low voice, you wanton. The empress looked at him. Shen Jichuan, your newlywed wife is very good at teaching manners. Shen Jichuan bowed. Your subject has failed to discipline her properly. I glanced at him. He continued, but today at the academy, the third prince was indeed the one at fault. The empress's expression cooled. Are you blaming my son? Shen Jichuan said, I wouldn't dare blame anyone. I only seek justice. The empress laughed. Justice? You're the chief advisor, yet you come to me for justice. I spoke up. Your Majesty, justice doesn't depend on rank. Even a child who's been wronged can ask for it. The empress turned to me. Did I ask you? I lowered my head. No, Your Majesty. I spoke out of turn. The third prince sneered. Mother, she's exactly like this at the academy. She thinks she's above everyone. The empress raised her hand. Slap her. Two maids stepped forward at once. Shen Ziheng's head shot up. Shen Jichuan's expression shifted. I stood still. The maids reached me and raised their hands. I pulled the stepmother's handbook from my sleeve and blocked the slap with a sharp crack. The blow landed on the book. It sounded exactly like that night at the Gu family ancestral hall. The empress narrowed her eyes. What is that? I held the book up. My mother's keepsake. The third prince immediately said, Mother, that's the one. It's full of schemes to harm stepchildren. She uses it to manipulate Shen Ziheng. The empress's expression flickered. Bring it to me. An attendant stepped forward to take it. I didn't let go. The empress's voice turned cold. Madam Shen, are you defying my order? I said, I wouldn't dare. But since your Majesty wishes to see my mother's keepsake, I have one request. The empress looked amused. You're bargaining with me? Not bargaining, just worried your Majesty might not understand it. The maids in the hall all lowered their heads. The third prince snapped, How dare you? I opened the first page. This book is called the Stepmother's Handbook. It looks like a guide to harming others, but it's actually a record of the tricks used against my mother when she was in the Xie family. She wrote them down one by one so I'd know how to protect myself if I ever faced the same. The empress dismissed it. That's just your word. I said, You're right, Your Majesty. That's why I brought real evidence today. The empress frowned. Shen Jichuan also looked at me. I turned toward the hall entrance. Yu Yan, come in. Shen Jichuan's expression changed. When did you ask him to come? I said, when we left the academy. You didn't tell me. You didn't show me the letter either, Chief Advisor. Shen Jichuan closed his eyes, as if I'd truly exasperated him. Yu Yan was led in by the attendant. He wore a blue scholar's robe. His legs wobbled slightly as he entered, but when he saw me, he forced himself to stand straight. Your subject Yu Yan, here to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress looked at him. You're Yuantang's brother. Yu Yan said, yes. The Empress asked, what are you here for? Yu Yan took an oil paper bundle from his chest. I've brought evidence. The attendant took it and unwrapped it. Inside was a stack of yellowed papers and half of a broken longevity lock. The Empress's expression changed so faint it was almost invisible. I saw it. Shen Jichuan saw it too. I said, this half of the longevity lock belonged to the Xia family's legitimate son, who drowned years ago. The other half is with the person who truly harmed him. The Empress picked up her teacup. That's old history. What does it have to do with today? Yu Yan suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, I discovered that the second branch of the Xia family had a daughter who later became a palace official. The Empress's teacup paused. The third prince grew impatient. A female official? How dare she be connected to Mother? Yu Yan glanced at him, then lowered his head. That official's surname was Lin. 18 years ago, she served in Fenny Palace. Later, she left the palace and married into a branch of the Shen family. Su Jilan. I looked at the Empress. Your Highness, what a coincidence. Su Jilan stole Zihang's draft today, and she's carrying a letter from the palace. The person behind her is connected to the one who harmed my mother 18 years ago. The Empress set down her teacup. Lady Shen, I advise you to choose your words carefully. I said, I've been careful. If I weren't, I'd have already said that someone is using your Highness's name to harm the Grand Secretariat's son, and threatening his wife with an old case from 18 years ago. The hall fell into dead silence. Shen Zihang knelt beside me, his head bowed. But I knew he was listening. The Empress stared at me. You're quite clever. I'm not clever. Clever people, like Lord Shen, weigh their words before speaking. I just protect my own. The Empress turned to Shen Jichuan. Lord Shen, do you share the same view? Shen Jichuan looked up. I ask your Highness to hand over the person who sent messages from Fenny Palace. The third prince grew anxious. Shen Jichuan, how dare you demand someone from my mother? Shen Jichuan didn't even glance at him. The Empress's smile vanished completely. And if I refuse? A voice came from outside the hall, the white-bearded scholar. Then I'll have to ask His Majesty for a final ruling. The Empress's expression finally changed. An attendant entered to report. Your Highness, the Academy's Chancellor, Lord Bai, requests an audience. The Empress closed her eyes briefly. Let him in. The white-bearded scholar entered, paid his respects, and directly presented the evidence sealed by the Academy. The third prince framed a fellow student, and Zhou Huai has confessed. This concerns the Academy's reputation, so I dare not suppress it. The Empress stared at the stack of papers, unmoving for a long moment. The third prince whispered, Mother. Suddenly, the Empress slapped him across the face. A sharp crack echoed. The third prince was stunned. The Empress snapped, You foolish boy. Rivalries among classmates, how dare you let it escalate to this? The third prince clutched his cheek. Mother. The Empress turned to Shen Jichuan. Lord Shen, my son has been unruly. I'll confine him to his quarters for a month and make him copy texts 100 times. As for Zhou Huai, the academy will deal with him. If Su Zhilan is involved, your household may handle her as you see fit. How light. A slap to her son, and she turns it into mere childish mischief. I was about to speak, but Shen Jichuan spoke first. Your Highness, the letter mentions ruining my son's reputation to prevent his selection as an imperial attendant. That's not childish mischief. The Empress gave him a cold look. What exactly does Lord Shen want from me? Shen Jichuan took the letter from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. I ask your Highness to investigate who sent messages from Fengyi Palace, and to permit me to present this letter to His Majesty. The Empress's hand slowly gripped the armrest. You intend to take this to the throne? Shen Jichuan said, my son was harmed, my wife was threatened. I dare not remain silent. When those words landed, I glanced at him. He didn't look back. Shen Ziheng raised his head to look at his father, the tension in his eyes easing. The Empress was silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke. Someone, investigate all eunuchs who entered or left Fengyi Palace today. The third prince's face went pale. In the corner, a young eunuch collapsed, his whole body going limp. I looked at him. The prince's attendant seems to know quite a bit. The Empress said coldly, take him away for questioning. The young eunuch wailed. Mercy, Your Highness. I only delivered the letter on Nurse Lin's orders. Nurse Lin. The old nurse behind the Empress changed expression instantly and turned to retreat. If Qing Luo were here, she'd have pounced. But Qing Luo wasn't here. Shen Ziheng was. He suddenly rose, grabbed Nurse Lin's sleeve, and held on tight. The palace maids gasped. Nurse Lin panicked. Young master, let go. Shen Ziheng clung to her, his grip fierce. Mother says, the more someone tries to hide, the more they have to hide. I almost laughed. The Empress was furious. Shen Ziheng, who gave you permission to act so brazenly in my palace? Shen Ziheng knelt down, but in his hand he clutched half a sheet of paper he had torn from Nanny Lin's sleeve. Please forgive me, Your Highness. He held the paper up. There's something in her sleeve. The eunuch took it and presented it to the Empress. The Empress glanced at it, and her face turned utterly grim. I asked, Your Highness, what is it? The Empress didn't answer. The white-bearded scholar spoke up. Please enlighten us, Your Highness. The paper in the Empress's hand was crumpled. Shen Jichuan reached out. Your Highness. The Empress slapped the paper onto the table. See for yourself, Lord Shen. Shen Jichuan picked it up. I leaned over to look. There were only a few lines on the paper. If Shen Ziheng gains access to the Emperor, the Shen father and son's power will grow. First ruin his reputation, then use the old case of the Yu family to trap his wife. The Shen family can be used. Once it's done, promise them entry into the Gu family. I laughed. Miss Su really is cheap. A hollow promise, and she's willing to be someone's pawn. The Empress's gaze fell on Nanny Lin. Wretched slave, did you falsely convey my orders? Nanny Lin fell to her knees. Your Highness, this servant is innocent. The third prince interjected anxiously, Mother, Nanny Lin has served you for years. The Empress snapped, Shut up. The third prince dared not speak again. This act was well played. push everything onto Nanny Lin. If Nanny Lin confessed, the Empress would be clean. If Nanny Lin didn't confess, her whole family probably wouldn't survive. I crouched down and looked at Nanny Lin. Nanny, when the second branch of the Xia family killed their legitimate son back then, were you there? Nanny Lin's head shot up. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't say you killed him. I asked if you were there. Nanny Lin's lips trembled. The Empress said, Lady Shen, that old case has no evidence. Don't stretch things. I ignored the Empress. I took out the half of the longevity lock from the oil paper bundle Yu Yan had brought, and placed it in front of Nanny Lin. Do you recognize this lock? Nanny Lin stared at it. No. I nodded. Lesson 14. Shen Ziheng immediately followed up, if the answer comes too fast, there's usually something wrong. Nanny Lin snapped, you little beast, how dare you slander me? The moment those words left her mouth, the Empress's expression changed first. Shen Jichuan's eyes also turned cold. I smiled. Nanny's getting anxious. Shen Ziheng looked at her. Why are you cursing me? Nanny Lin opened her mouth. Shen Ziheng asked again, I only repeated what mother taught me. Why don't you curse mother first, but curse me? Nanny Lin was speechless. I said softly, because she hates children. Shen Ziheng looked at me. I said, if your mother had really just been passing by the old Xia case back then, she wouldn't have lost her composure at the sight of the longevity lock. She cursed you because she was reminded of another child who was harmed. Nanny Lin suddenly lunged at me. Shut up. Shen Jichuan blocked her with a kick. The eunuchs immediately restrained her. Nanny Lin struggled, her hair completely disheveled. That child deserved to die. If he hadn't died, how could the second branch have risen? Why should everything good go to the first branch? Why should a second wife come in and become a mother just like that? Her voice was shrill and venomous. No one in the hall spoke. Those few words were enough. I looked at her. My mother didn't harm him. Nanny Lin panted heavily, then suddenly laughed. Of course she didn't. She was stupid. She found the broken lock by the pond and actually wanted to report it. If we hadn't thrown the dirt on her first, she really would have uncovered the truth. The booklet in my hand was crumpled from my grip. So that was it. My mother was cast out of the Xia family and carried a lifetime of shame, not because she was wicked, but because she had nearly sought justice for a dead child. The Empress slammed the table. Drag her away. As Nanny Lin was dragged off, she kept shouting. Your Highness, save me. This servant did everything for you. The Shen family's part was done with your tacit approval. The Empress's face turned ashen. The third prince was too scared to move. The white-bearded scholar bowed his head, pretending he hadn't heard the last remark. Shen Jichuan looked at the Empress. Your Majesty, I will report the truth to the Emperor. The Empress glared at him. Shen Jichuan, do you really have to push me to this point today? Shen Jichuan bowed. I wouldn't dare push your Majesty. I just don't want my wife and child to suffer false accusations any longer. Wife and child. Hearing those words from his mouth, something in my chest gave a soft thud. It didn't hurt. It was just a little annoying. In the end, the Empress didn't stop us. By the time we left Fengyi Palace, the sky had darkened. Shen Ziheng walked beside me, silent the whole way. Only when we reached the palace gates did he speak. "Mother, your mother was a good person." I looked at the long street beyond the palace walls. And that handbook. It's not a bad thing either. I took out the booklet. The cover was worn from being struck by rulers and maids, the corners curled. It never was. Shen Ziheng asked cautiously, "Can I still read it?" I looked down at him. "What do you want with it?" He said seriously, "To learn how to not be bullied." I tossed the booklet into his arms. "You can read it. But if you turn bad, I'll beat you." Shen Ziheng hugged the booklet, grinning for the first time, teeth showing. Shen Jichuan stood by the carriage, watching us. I walked over. "Secretary Shen, anything else?" He paused for a moment. "Today, thank you." I looked up at him. "For what? For saving your son, or for saving you from a scheming cousin?" Shen Jichuan said, "Both." I gave a cold laugh. "Then don't forget to convert your thanks into banknotes. I'm a worldly person." Shen Ziheng whispered from the side, "Mother isn't worldly." I glanced at him. He quickly corrected himself. "Mother just loves banknotes." Shen Jichuan let out a low laugh. I looked over. He immediately resumed his proper, upright demeanor. Poser. Back at the mansion, the Gu family was in complete chaos. Su Jilan was locked in the side hall. Old Madame Shen sat in the main hall, her face sour. Shen Zhong had been stripped of his post and was kneeling in the courtyard, the 20 strokes not yet finished. When he saw Shen Jichuan return, he looked at him like a lifeline. "My lord, the old madam said to wait for your decision." Shen Jichuan didn't even glance at him. "Keep going." Shen Zhong's face went gray. Old Madam Shen stood up. "Mingyuan, are you really going to break the hearts of the old servants over a new wife?" Shen Jichuan walked into the hall. I followed with Shen Ziheng. Old Madam Shen's anger flared even more at the sight of me. You dare come back?" I smiled. "That's a strange thing to say, old madam. If I don't come back, should I go live in Fini Palace?" Old Madam Shen was at a loss for words. Su Jilan, held by 2 maids, burst into tears the moment she saw Shen Jichuan. "Cousin, I was forced. It was Nanny Lin who came to me, saying the Empress didn't want Ziheng to be chosen as the Emperor's attendant. If I didn't do it, the Shen family would be ruined." Old Madam Shen exclaimed, "The Empress." Shen Jichuan tossed the letter onto the table. "Anything else to say?" Su Jilan threw herself at his feet. "Cousin, I was wrong. I was foolish for a moment, but my feelings for you are real. These 3 years, I've cared for Aunt and Ziheng. Even without merit, I've worked hard." I glanced at Shen Ziheng. He was looking down at the booklet in his arms. Old Madam Shen clearly still wanted to protect her. "Mingyuan, Jilan made a mistake, but she was pressured by the palace. Besides, Ziheng is cleared now. Why push to the bitter end?" I laughed out loud. Old Madam Shen snapped, "What are you laughing at?" I said, "How fair you are, grandmother. Ziheng gave me a jade pendant in the middle of the night, and you wanted him to kneel as punishment. But when Su Jilan stole the draft and nearly ruined his reputation, you say there's no need to be so harsh." The old lady's face turned green with anger. Shen Jichuan spoke up. "Send Su Jilan back to the Shen family. From today, she is forbidden to enter the Gu residence. Su Zhilan froze. No, cousin, you can't. The Shen family is already ruined. If I go back, they'll sell me to some old man as a concubine. Shen Jichuan said, that's the Shen family's business. Su Zhilan crawled to Shen Zihang. Zihang, I was kind to you before. Please, speak up for me. Shen Zihang stepped back. Su Zhilan's face paled. You're that heartless too. Shen Zihang said, Aunt Su, when you made me kneel in the snow, you said it was because you cared for me. Su Zhilan's crying stopped. Shen Zihang continued, Mother says, people who truly care for you don't teach you gratitude with a knife. I raised an eyebrow. That wasn't something I taught him. He came up with that on his own. Shen Jichuan glanced at him, a mix of pride and guilt in his eyes. As Su Zhilan was dragged out, she turned and screamed at me. You wantong, don't get too smug. The Empress won't let you off, and the Xia family's matter isn't over. Your mother offended more than just Steward Lin back then. I watched her get dragged away. The old lady sank back into her chair, looking years older. Are you satisfied now? I said, not quite yet. The old lady eyed me warily. What else do you want? I walked up to her. You owe Zihang an apology. The old lady sneered. I'm his grandmother. Shen Zihang suddenly spoke. Grandmother. She turned to look at him. He stood straight, holding his book. I shouldn't have disturbed Mother last night. But you shouldn't have punished me without asking why, and you shouldn't have made me apologize to Aunt Su today. The old lady looked as if she'd been slapped. You're going to pressure your grandmother too? Shen Zihang shook his head. I just want to hear you say you know you were wrong. The old lady's lips trembled. She looked at Shen Jichuan, but he didn't come to her rescue. Then she looked at me. I smiled and waited. From outside, the sound of Shen Zhong's beating came in, one stroke at a time. Finally, the old lady closed her eyes. Zihang, grandmother was wrong. Shen Zihang bowed. I heard you. He didn't say it was okay. Good. All my teaching today wasn't in vain. The old lady turned away in anger. I turned to leave, but Shen Jichuan called out, You wantong. I looked back. Who else needs to apologize? He was looking at me. Me. The hall fell silent. The old lady whipped her head toward him. Mingyuan. Shen Jichuan ignored her. He walked up to me and Shen Zihang. Zihang, I thought giving you the best tutors, the best academy, and the most stable future was how I protected you. But I never asked if you were scared or hurt. Shen Zihang's eyes turned red. He didn't cry, just hugged his book tighter. Shen Jichuan turned to me. You wantong, on our wedding night, I said you only needed to be a decoration. I was wrong. I looked at him. What exactly were you wrong about? Shen Jichuan paused. Shen Zihang whispered, an apology should state the fault clearly. I almost laughed. Shen Jichuan glanced at his son. I was wrong to think I could decide what was best for you without asking. I was wrong to keep the dangers of the Gu family from you. I was wrong to underestimate you. I nodded. And? Shen Jichuan's brow furrowed. And? I said, last night, You said Zihang was well behaved and didn't need me to teach him. Shen Zihang looked up at him. Shen Jichuan was silent for a moment. That was wrong too. I asked, how was it wrong? He looked at Shen Zihang. He needs you to teach him. Shen Zihang's eyes lit up. I felt a sense of relief. Fine, I'll forgive you for now. Shen Jichuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. I added, but you can't skip the thank you gift. He looked at me. What do you want? I thought for a moment. The authority to manage the household, the keys to the accounts, the key to Shen Zihang's study, and the roster of all the servants' contracts. Madame Shen raged, you're seizing power. I turned to her. You're absolutely right, mother. Madame Shen choked, clutching her chest. Shen Jichuan looked at me. Give them to her. Madame Shen couldn't believe it. Ming Yuan. Shen Jichuan said, Mother is tired. She should rest. That cut deeper than if I'd stabbed her myself. Madame Shen's face turned pale. I said to Qing Luo, go get the keys. Qing Luo was so excited she almost ran. Yes, my lady. Shen Zihang tugged at my sleeve. Mother, can I still go to the academy tomorrow? I asked, do you want to? Yes. Then go. Shen Jichuan spoke up, there might be an imperial decree tomorrow. I looked at him. Punishing us? Not necessarily. His voice lowered. His Majesty has been looking for a companion for the throne. The essay Zihang wrote on the spot today, Master Bai will definitely present it. Shen Zihang froze. I understood. The Empress didn't want him to go, but he might get noticed by the Emperor because of it. That's what you call a twist of fate. I patted Shen Zihang's head. Lesson 15. He immediately said, please teach me, mother. I said, when others dig a pit to harm you, if you're strong enough, that pit becomes your stepping stone. Shen Zihang nodded seriously. Shen Jichuan looked at us and suddenly asked, what about me? I didn't understand. What about you? He said seriously, can I also attend the lessons? I stared at him. Qing Luo ran in carrying the key box, overheard, stumbled, and almost fell. Madame Shen's face turned green. Shen Zihang pursed his lips, trying not to laugh. I looked at Shen Jichuan's cold, stern face. Fine. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. I said, tuition is 1,000 taels of silver. Shen Jichuan. Shen Zihang finally burst out laughing. The next day. The imperial decree arrived before the sun was up. The eunuch delivering the decree stood in the main hall of the mansion, holding a bright yellow scroll, with a professional smile on his face. Shen Zihang, outstanding in both character and learning, is hereby selected as a companion to the throne, to enter the palace on an auspicious day. Shen Zihang knelt to receive the decree, his back straight as a rod. Shen Jichuan stood nearby, his expression darker than usual. I stood at the back, doing the math. Yesterday the Royal Academy, today the Imperial Decree. The Emperor moved fast. After the eunuch left, Shen Zihang held the decree and turned to look at me. Mother. I said, don't ask me if I'm happy. He paused. Go prepare your lessons. On your first day as the Emperor's companion, don't embarrass your father. Shen Zihang bowed and left. Shen Jichuan waited until he was out of earshot before speaking. The emperor read the essay master by presented last night and drafted the decree overnight. I said, I know. You're not surprised. I looked at him. It's customary for the emperor to personally review the year-end exams at the academy. Once Master Bai's memorial went up, there's no way the emperor could pretend not to see it. Shen Jichuan was silent for a moment. You already figured this out yesterday. I didn't answer. I just thought the trap was too obvious. Whoever fell into it might not be Shen Ziheng. Shen Jichuan stared at me for a moment. The Empress will make a move today. I asked, what kind of move? He paused. About your mother's old case. I set down my teacup. Tell me. Shen Jichuan produced a letter. It was older than the one from Phoenix Palace yesterday, the paper already yellowed. When the Xie family fell from grace, old Master Xie's branch moved out of the capital and settled in Suzhou. But one branch stayed in the capital, the second branch. I asked, the one Aunt Lin came from? Yes. Aunt Lin was originally a Xie, a distant relative from the second branch. She changed her name before entering the palace. I took the letter and unfolded it. The handwriting was unfamiliar. No signature. Only 2 lines. When the mother of the Yu family discovered that the heir's longevity lock was broken by the pond, she passed the information to an official in the Ministry of Rights. Does the lady know what position that official holds now? I looked up. The Ministry of Rights? Shen Jichuan nodded. 18 years ago, your father had just been promoted to a minor clerk there. A loud bang went off in my head. I said, who sent this letter? Last night, outside the palace gate, an old beggar shoved it into one of the guards' hands. I folded the letter and tucked it into my sleeve. Have you traced it? Not yet. Shen Jichuan looked at me. You Wantong, what does your father know? I thought of my father's ever-smiling, diplomatic face. I don't know. I turned around. But I planned to find out. When my father heard I was visiting my family, he came to the gate himself to greet me. He smiled warmly. Tanger, you've married into the Prime Minister's mansion. Why would you still remember to come see your old dad? I walked past him and went straight into the study. He froze for a second, then followed me in and closed the door. Tanger, what's this about? I slapped the letter down on the desk. My father glanced at it. His expression didn't change, but his finger twitched. I kept my eyes on that finger. Father, 18 years ago, when Mother discovered the matter of the longevity lock at the Xie estate, did she send word to you? My father picked up the letter and read it twice. Where did this come from? That's not important. He set the letter back down, sat, and rubbed his brow. Your mother had already been branded by the Xie family by then. I had just been made a minor clerk. I didn't dare touch that hot potato. I said, so you didn't investigate? He was silent. I pressed on. You buried the information. That's why Mother never cleared her name. All trace of a smile vanished from my father's face. Tanger, you know how it was. The Xie family had deep roots in the capital. Your mother was a second wife, pushed forward to take the blame, and the evidence wasn't even solid. The evidence wasn't solid because you buried it. He stood up. I did it to protect the Yu family. I looked at him. When Mother died, she carried a mountain of shame. You protected the Yu family. You protected yourself. You protected the wife you married after her. But you never protected her. My father's hand trembled. Footsteps sounded outside. Yu Yan stood in the doorway. I couldn't tell how much he'd heard. His usual playful look was gone. He just stared quietly at our father. Father, is what sister said true? My father clutched the letter and said nothing for a long while. When Yu Yan walked me out, his face was still like that. Sister, what are you going to do? I said, investigate the second branch of the Xie family. I'll do it. I looked at him. This isn't a small matter. Yu Yan said, when my mother came into the Yu family, you gave me half your bed. You gave me your chicken leg. You told the tutor not to scold me. He paused. I carry the name Yu too. I said nothing. Yu Yan had already turned and walked back inside. I'll go find the old Ministry of Rights files. Dad keeps them. I'll borrow them from him. I called after him, if he won't lend them, steal them. Yu Yan didn't turn around. I know. On the way back to the Gu residence, Shen Jichuan was waiting for me in the carriage. I got in, and he handed me a cup of hot tea. I took it, saying nothing. He didn't ask either. We just sat there, the scent of tea spreading. After a long while, he finally spoke. Yu Yan digging into old Ministry of Rights records will stir things up. I said, I know. You're doing this on purpose. I looked at him. You have to stir the water to catch the fish. Shen Jichuan was silent for a moment. You're using your brother as bait. He volunteered. What if something actually goes wrong? I tightened my grip on the teacup. That's why I need Lord Shen to protect him. Shen Jichuan stared at me. Are you ordering me around? I said, I'm trusting you. He was taken aback. I added, of course, the tutoring fee is separate. Shen Jichuan lowered his head, and that faint smile surfaced again. I'll remember that. It was the 5th day when Shen Ziheng entered the palace for his duty. He wore his newly made companion robe, stood at the main gate of the Gu residence, and waited for Shen Jichuan's nod. Shen Jichuan looked at him for a while, then patted his shoulder. He didn't say anything. Shen Ziheng glanced over at me. I said, Lesson 16. He immediately straightened up. Once you're in the palace, talk less, observe more. He nodded. Anything else? I thought for a moment. In front of the emperor, talk even less than in front of the empress. Shen Ziheng asked, why? The empress just wants to step on you. The emperor wants to use you. He thought about it seriously. Your student has taken this to heart. Shen Jichuan watched from the side, not interrupting. Only after the palace attendants led Shen Ziheng away did he speak. What you taught today isn't what his tutor taught him. I said, tutors teach rules. I teach how to survive. Shen Jichuan said, Ziheng's former tutor only taught him how not to offend people. I looked at Shen Ziheng's retreating figure. That's teaching him to live in the mud. News from the palace didn't come until the 7th day. Shen Ziheng answered the emperor's questions, quoting a line from the Guanzi, and the emperor praised him on the spot. The third prince burst into tears on the spot, saying he had no companion to accompany him and felt very lonely. The empress selected the third prince's companion 3 times, but no one was as sharp as Shen Ziheng. Shen Jichuan brought the news back from court. As he spoke, a faint trace of pride flickered across his face, then he suppressed it. I said, "You can smile." He looked at me. What? Your son impressed the emperor. You're allowed to smile. Shen Jichuan was silent for a moment. The corner of his mouth twitched, then stopped. I sighed. Lord Shen, would your face crack if you smiled? Qing Luo couldn't hold back a laugh beside me. Shen Jichuan glanced at her. She immediately lowered her head. Shen Jichuan said to me, Ziheng wants you to visit him. I asked, what? The palace has arranged for companions' families to visit in the latter half of the month. He specifically asked for you. I paused. He didn't ask for you. He said his father has early court, so his mother is more convenient. I thought the kid was helping his dad slack off. But I didn't say it out loud. Fine. On the day of the palace visit, Shen Ziheng was waiting for me at the side hall entrance. When he saw me, he took 2 steps forward, then stopped and bowed formally. Mother. I said, whose rules did you learn in the palace? He lowered his head. There are many rules in the palace. I walked inside, and he followed. Inside the side hall, there were a few other study companions, mostly kids from noble families. When they saw me, they all had that look of the stepmother whose husband's first wife died and left a son. I couldn't be bothered with them. Shen Ziheng whispered, the one on the right is the grandson of Prince Li, named Zhong Yan. Yesterday he said that the imperial study companions were chosen based on connections. I glanced at that kid. He was well-dressed, with a natural arrogance on his face. I asked Shen Ziheng, how did you respond? Shen Ziheng said, I said, then do your job well and let the emperor see who's capable. I nodded. Good. Shen Ziheng added, but he said the emperor wouldn't favor the son of a prime minister for long. I stopped. Did he say that himself, or was he told to say it? Shen Ziheng thought for a moment. He glanced at the matron in the corner before he said it. Good. I looked toward the corner. That matron was keeping her eyes down, pretending not to notice us. I said to Shen Ziheng, Lesson 17. He immediately looked at me. Those who stab you in the back are always behind you. When someone comes at you face to face, it's not a real attack, it's a probe. Shen Ziheng whispered, then how should I respond? Let him probe all he wants, then cut off his path. He seemed thoughtful. The matron in the corner subtly tilted her head our way. I smiled. When I came out of the palace, Yu Yan was already waiting at the gate of the Gu residence. He was holding a stack of old papers, and his expression wasn't great. Once we were in the study, he set the papers on the table. From the Ministry of Rights archives, 18 years old, I found 2 copies. I opened them. The first was a note written by my father after he received the news. It had only a few words, this involves the Xie family, not suitable for deep investigation. The signature was a different name, not my father's. Yu Yan pointed at the name. This man is now the left vice minister of personnel. I read the name twice. Yu Jingqing. Yu Yan pulled out the second document. This is a draft of a confession from a steward of the Xie family's second branch, never officially filed. I opened it. The writing was scattered, but one line made me stop. There were signs of a struggle at the stone steps by the pond, not an accidental fall. I closed the paper. So someone already knew back then that the child didn't die by accident. Yu Yan nodded. Yu Xingqing suppressed it. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. Yu Xingqing. Left Vice Minister of Personnel. Not too high, not too low, just enough. What's his connection to the Empress? Yu Yan hesitated. He's the third prince's external tutor. I laughed. That circle was neatly drawn. I told Shen Jichuan that same night. He listened, said nothing, and studied the two old documents for a long time. Yu Xingqing. You know him? Shen Jichuan said, 3 years ago, he submitted a memorial impeaching me for privately running a money house and embezzling funds. I said, did it stick? No. He paused. But that year, the court was in chaos for 3 months. I thought about it. He was originally a pawn, used to bite people. Shen Jichuan looked at me. How do you know? He suppressed an old case and kept the evidence for himself. Guys like that have only 2 paths, either switch masters, or use the evidence as a token of loyalty. I pushed the documents back. He went to the palace to deliver the message, not because the Empress summoned him, but because he offered himself up. Shen Jichuan set down the documents. So what do you plan? I said, wait for him. Wait for what? For him to think we've found him out. When he can't sit still, he'll move. Shen Jichuan stared at me for a long time. You want on? I looked at him. His mother died when he was only 3. I didn't expect him to bring that up out of nowhere. I know. His voice dropped. She was a gentle person. Never fought for anything. And in the end, the household destroyed her. I was too busy fighting for my position back then. I didn't see it coming. I looked at him. Lord Shen, are you telling me this to make me feel sorry for you, or for her? He was taken aback. Neither. Then what? He fell silent. An explanation. An explanation for what? For why I didn't dare involve you in this. I set down my teacup and stood up. Lord Shen, I've already explained it for you. He frowned. You did. You thought that by putting me in a decorative position, I wouldn't get dragged in. I started walking out. But you forgot one thing. I've been in this from the very first day I married into this family. On the 10th day, Yu Xingqing made his move. He submitted a memorial to the Empress's palace, claiming that Shen Jichuan was secretly harboring classified documents from the previous dynasty, plotting treason. The memorial reached the emperor's desk that very day. When Shen Jichuan returned from court, his face was cold. Evidence? I asked. They say the documents are hidden in our estate storehouse. I said, have they searched it? Not yet. The emperor has ordered me to prove my innocence. I lowered my head, thinking. Did anyone speak up for you? Shen Jichuan said, the Minister of Justice, Lord Shen, said that without proper evidence, a search is not permissible. Lord Shen. I made a mental note of that name. Does your storehouse actually have those documents? He looked at me. Are you doubting me? I said, I'm helping you rule out possibilities. He paused, then said, no. Are you sure? Positive. Then where did those documents come from? Shen Jichuan's brow twitched. Someone planted them. I nodded. Have the storehouse guarded. Someone will come tonight. He looked puzzled. I said, Yu Zhengqing's plan is to plant evidence first, then call for a search. The people doing the planting won't arrive until tonight. Shen Jichuan stared at me. How did you? Article 33 of my stepmother's handbook, to harm someone, first prepare evidence. To prepare evidence, catch them off guard. I turned away. He thinks we're all watching the palace tonight, and the storehouse is unguarded. Shen Jichuan was silent for a moment. Make the arrangements. At around 7:45 p.m., the side door of the storehouse was pried open from outside. 2 men in black night clothes came in, each carrying a box. The estate guard subdued them. When the boxes were opened, inside were several old books sealed with wax, with covers reading, secret records of the previous dynasty's rituals. The 2 men confessed on the spot that they were Yu Zhengqing's servants. Shen Jichuan kept this news under wraps for a night, not reporting it to the authorities immediately. The next morning at court, Yu Zhengqing publicly requested permission to search Shen's estate. Calmly, Shen Jichuan pulled a memorial he'd written the night before from his sleeve. Your Majesty, last night my household caught 2 thieves attempting to hide forged documents in my storehouse. The witnesses and evidence are both here. Please review them. Yu Zhengqing's face changed instantly. The emperor took the memorial, flipped through 2 pages, then looked up at Yu Zhengqing. Minister Yu, just yesterday you accused Shen Jichuan of harboring secret documents, and now last night someone tried to plant them in his storehouse. What a coincidence. Yu Zhengqing knelt down. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with me. Shen Jichuan didn't look at him. Your Majesty, those 2 men have already confessed that they were ordered by Yu Zhengqing. I request that the Ministry of Justice conduct a formal interrogation. The court fell silent. Sweat broke out on Yu Zhengqing's forehead. The emperor closed the memorial and tossed it to the eunuch beside him. Send it to the Ministry of Justice. 3 words. As Yu Zhengqing was led away, he turned back and glanced at Shen Jichuan. That look held both hatred and fear. Shen Jichuan stood still, like a pine tree that the wind couldn't bend. News reached the harem, and the empress shattered 3 teacups. The day Yu Zhengqing was brought in for questioning, Yu Yan came to see me again. He'd lost weight, with dark circles under his eyes, but his spirit was bright. Sister, I found something. I poured him some tea. He didn't drink it, just said, Yu Zhengqing isn't the only one who buried the case. Back then, the Xia family's second branch case went through 3 offices. The Ministry of Rights kept the records, the Ministry of Justice closed the case, and the Grand Court of Revision finalized it. I paused. 3 offices, 3 people. Yu Yan nodded. The Ministry of Rights was Yu Zhengqing. The one in the Ministry of Justice is dead, passed away last year from illness. The one in the Grand Court. He stopped. Who? Yu Yan hesitated. The current Vice Minister of the Grand Court, Lu Ziyuan. I racked my brain. That name. Where have I heard it? Yu Yan lowered his voice. He was in the same cohort as Shen Jichuan. My teacup slipped, clinking against the table's edge, spilling half the tea. Same cohort. Not just that. Yu Yan glanced at the door, lowering his voice even more. At the palace exam that year, Lu Ziyuan placed second, and Shen Jichuan placed first. They were close. Later, Lu Ziyuan was sent away to a provincial post, and only returned to the capital 3 years ago. I sat down. Does Shen Jichuan know? Yu Yan shook his head. I'm not sure. But since last year, Lu Ziyuan has been getting very close to the Empress's faction. I wiped up the spilled tea. Are you sure? Yu Yan pulled a slip of paper from his robes. Lu Ziyuan's wife is a cousin on the Empress's maternal side. I looked at the paper. On it, he'd drawn a messy family tree. Yu Yan's drawing was as bad as his handwriting, but it was readable. I tucked the paper into my sleeve. Don't tell Shen Jichuan about this yet. Yu Yan frowned. Why? They're old friends. Exactly because they're old friends. I stood up. An old friend's betrayal cuts deeper than an enemy's blade. Shen Jichuan isn't ready for that yet. Yu Yan looked like he wanted to say more, but in the end, he nodded. Sister, be careful. I watched his retreating figure. This kid used to cry for half an hour over nothing. Now he runs around investigating old cases for me without even a frown. If my mother saw him, she'd probably say this wasn't the Yu child she raised. No, this was the one I raised. Shen Ziheng brought news from the palace for the second time, 5 days later. He changed out of his companion's robe and sat across from me, his little face taut. Mother, there's something. I pushed a plate of pastries toward him. Eat first. He didn't move. The third prince's house arrest has been lifted. My hands didn't stop. I see. He came back to the academy today and put a dead rat on my seat. I looked up. Shen Ziheng's expression was calm. I ignored him. But he told everyone that I only got the position as the emperor's companion because of father's power, and that I don't deserve it. I pushed the pastry plate closer to him. Eat. This time, he picked one up and took a bite. Aren't you angry, Mother? I am. Then why are you making me eat pastries? Because you need to be full before you get angry. If you seek revenge on an empty stomach, your hands will shake. Shen Ziheng chewed his pastry and thought for a moment. Lesson 18. I smiled. No. Lesson 18 is, when you go back, don't touch him, don't engage him, just do your own thing. He frowned. But he keeps bullying me. He bullies you because you're better than him. The stronger you are, the more desperate he gets. The more desperate he gets, the more mistakes he'll make. Shen Ziheng slowly nodded. So when do I fight back? When he does something truly stupid. The third prince did something stupid sooner than I expected. On the third day, during the imperial lecture, he cited a passage from the Zhuozhuan. The original text was, "One who commits many injustices will surely bring about his own downfall." But he misquoted it. He said, injustices, as disrespect. The emperor didn't say anything at the time. The white-bearded scholar glanced at Shen Ziheng. Shen Ziheng lowered his head and didn't correct it. After the session, the white-bearded scholar called him aside. You noticed? Shen Ziheng nodded. Why didn't you correct it? Shen Ziheng said, my mother said to wait until he makes a real mistake. The white-bearded scholar stroked his beard. What else did your mother say? She said to eat before getting angry. The white-bearded scholar paused, then suddenly laughed. After laughing, he said, next time he misquotes, you can correct him. Shen Ziheng thought for a moment. Master, what if he misquotes too many times? Then correct him every time. Shen Ziheng said seriously, then he'll really hate me. The white-bearded scholar looked at him. People who pursue knowledge aren't afraid of being hated. What they fear is not speaking the truth just to avoid being disliked. When Shen Ziheng came back, he relayed the whole conversation to me. After hearing it, I gained a rare bit of respect for Master Bai. Yu Xingqing spent 7 days in the Ministry of Justice before he confessed. He revealed 3 things. First, 18 years ago, the second branch of the Xie family ordered a steward to drown the eldest legitimate son, and he took 200 taels of silver to suppress the case. Second, 3 years ago, he was directed by the Empress's maternal family to impeach Shen Jichuan. Third, this time, the scheme to frame us with the secret documents was his own idea. Aimed at securing the position of Minister of Personnel. Shen Jichuan brought the confession back for me to see. I only looked at the second point. Directed by the Empress's maternal family. Shen Jichuan nodded. The Empress's maternal family is the Qian family. They have 3 people in the court. 1 in the Ministry of Revenue, 1 in the Ministry of War, and the last, the Court of Judicial Review. I finished. Shen Jichuan paused. You've looked into this. I took out Yu Yan's note. Lu Ziyuan's wife is a cousin of the Qian family. His return to the capital 3 years ago was orchestrated by the Qians. Shen Jichuan took the note and read it. His expression slowly changed. Not anger, but a deep, cold realization. Lu Ziyuan. I said, your fellow graduate. He put the note down. The year he returned, he asked me to drink and said he'd thought for 3 years and just wanted to work steadily. I didn't respond. Shen Jichuan closed his eyes for a moment. Last year, he married a Qian girl. I even sent a congratulatory gift. I said, Lord Shen, your gift won't be wasted. He used your goodwill as a stepping stone. Later, you can just pull the stone away. Shen Jichuan looked at me. What do you plan to do? I thought for a moment. No rush. Let Yu Xingqing's case fester. What he confessed is enough to keep the court busy for a while. Then, wait for Lu Ziyuan to panic. Shen Jichuan frowned. He might not panic. He's more composed than Yu Xingqing. I smiled. Then we'll make him lose his composure. The next day, I did something. I had Qing Luo go to the silk shop that the wife of the vice minister of the Court of Judicial Review frequented and buy 3 bolts of the same fabric she had. Then I had the fabric delivered to Lu Ziyuan's residence. The card only had 4 words, sister-in-law, all is well. That afternoon, Lu Ziyuan's wife came to visit in person. She wore a yellow dress and smiled as she entered. Madam Shen is too kind. Why such a generous gift all of a sudden? I smiled too. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. Lord Lu and my husband are close friends from the same exam. As their juniors, shouldn't we visit each other more often? A slight stiffness flickered across Mrs. Lu's smile. Madam Shen is right. I offered her tea. I heard your husband has been very busy lately. Is everything well at home? Mrs. Lu's fingers tightened around the teacup. He's just handling some routine matters. Nothing to worry about. I nodded. That's good to hear. But if anything does come up, don't hesitate to let us know. We're family, after all. Her smile turned a bit strained. Thank you, Madam Shen. I'll keep that in mind. We exchanged a few more pleasantries, and she left quickly, claiming she had another appointment. I watched her carriage disappear down the street. Qing Luo came up beside me. "Madam, did that work?" I didn't look away from the road. "She'll go home and tell her husband that his old friend's wife is sending gifts and asking questions. If he's guilty, he'll wonder what we know. And when he wonders, he'll start to move." I had Qing Luo bring tea, and I personally served a plate of her favorite osmanthus cakes. She sat down, holding her tea, and her gaze flickered toward the study. "Master Shen must be busy these days, right? That Yu Xingqing case has the whole court buzzing." I smiled. "Not too busy. The case is clear-cut, we'll handle it as we should. By the way, sister-in-law, I heard that when Master Lu was posted elsewhere, he had some ties with Yu Xingqing." Lady Lu's hand paused. "That's all in the past. The past is the past, but in his confession at the Ministry of Justice, Yu Xingqing mentioned quite a few old acquaintances. You wouldn't know about that, would you?" Lady Lu set down her teacup. "What do you mean by that, Madam Shen?" I pushed a piece of osmanthus cake toward her. "Nothing much. Just that you should come by more often." She stayed for the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, then left in a hurry. Qing Luo closed the door and came back to ask, "Miss, she'll definitely tell Lu Ziyuan when she gets home." I said, "I know." "Then why did you?" "I wanted her to go back and tell him." Qing Luo thought for a moment. "You're trying to scare Lu Ziyuan." "Not scare. Make him think we've already found him out. But we don't have solid evidence yet." I flipped through the Stepmother's handbook in my sleeve. Rule 39, when you lack evidence, make the other side think you have it. He'll fill in the blanks himself. Qing Luo stared at the book. "Miss, did your mother really only teach you how to deal with stepchildren?" I closed the book. "She taught me how to survive." Lu Ziyuan made his move. 3 days later, Shen Jichuan came back and told me that Lu Ziyuan had suddenly seconded a memorial in court, demanding a retrial of the old case where Yu Xingqing had impeached Shen Jichuan. On the surface, it seemed like he was speaking up for Shen Jichuan. But buried in that memorial was a clause, a demand to audit all of Shen Jichuan's accounts from the past 5 years. Shen Jichuan said, "He's trying to muddy the waters." I nodded. "He wants the court to think he's on your side. Once the audit finds something, he'll turn around and bite you." Shen Jichuan looked at me. "What do you think he can find?" I asked, "Are your accounts clean?" He paused for a moment. "Mostly clean." "Mostly." 3 years ago, there was a transfer from the disaster relief funds that went through a private account. My fingers tapped on the table. "How much?" 2,000 taels. "Where did it go?" "To a county magistrate. His district had an outbreak of plague. The government funds were too slow, so I fronted the money." I took a deep breath. "Do you have a receipt?" "Yes." "The magistrate wrote a letter." "Where's the letter?" Shen Jichuan hesitated. "Lu Ziyuan has it." I slammed my teacup down hard. "You gave him the evidence." Shen Jichuan said, he had just returned to the capital then. I had no reason not to trust him. I stood up. "Master Shen, you're the Grand Secretary in court, but when it comes to making friends, you act like a 3-year-old. Shen Jichuan's face darkened at my words. But he didn't argue. I paced back and forth. "If he alters that letter, you'll never be able to clear yourself." Shen Jichuan said, so I need to get it back before he makes a move. I stopped. We can't get it back. He frowned. If you go demand it now, you're telling him you're onto him. He'll destroy it. Shen Jichuan gripped the back of the chair. Then what do we do? I sat back down and thought for a long time. Is that magistrate still around? Yes. He's been promoted to prefect, now in Shuzhou. Send Yu Yan. Shen Jichuan hesitated. Yu Yan is too young. Young is good. No one will notice a minor official's younger brother taking a trip to Shuzhou. Shen Jichuan looked at me. You're playing chess. I said, I'm cleaning up your mess. He didn't say anything. After a moment, he said, You want on. I looked up. How much do you want as payment? I was stunned for a second. His face showed nothing, but he said it seriously. I said, We'll settle it after this is done. Yu Yan went to Shuzhou. Before he left, he came to see me. He had lost a lot of weight, wearing plain clothes like a scholar heading to the exams. Sister, the round trip to Shuzhou takes 10 days. I tucked a pouch of silver into his hand. Don't skimp on the road. He put the silver in his pocket, then pulled out a letter. This is from Father. I took it but didn't open it. Yu Yan looked at me. He cried all night that day. I slipped the letter into my sleeve. What good does crying do? Yu Yan lowered his head. Sister, do you hate him? I thought for a moment. No. Hate is too tiring. Yu Yan nodded and turned to leave. Back in the study, I opened Father's letter. It had only one line. Tanger, I was wrong back then. Your mother's matter, I'll make up for it. Underneath was an old paper. It was the note from 18 years ago, involves the Xie family. Do not investigate deeply. Father had added a line below the original text. This was not my intention. Yu Xingqing threatened the Yu family's future, and I dared not disobey. I folded the letter and put it in the drawer. The words, dared not disobey, I stared at them for a long time. My mother probably didn't dare either back then. But she still spread the story about the longevity lock. So she was cast out. And Father chose a different path. He lived well, got promoted, remarried, raised 2 children. I don't hate him. But I will never forgive him. 5 days after Yu Yan left, news came from the palace. The emperor would hold a grand debate at court on the first day of the 3rd month, where the prince's companions and the princes would compete in discussion. The topic would be chosen by the emperor on the spot. When Shen Ziheng came home and told me, his palms were sweating again. I wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Nervous? He hesitated, then shook his head. I looked at him. He nodded again. Yes. But Mother said, the more others don't want me to have something, the more it means it's valuable. I smiled. So what do you want to win? Shen Ziheng thought for a moment. First place. I said, good. Then from today, I'll give you 3 topics a day, and you'll write 3 essays. Shen Ziheng nodded. I added, no desserts until you're done writing. His face fell. Mother, is this punishment? It's called motivation. He didn't believe me. But he still turned in his essays on time every day. The first day wasn't good, too rigid in structure. I wrote a comment on it, like reciting a book, not speaking. The second day was better. He had his own thoughts. I wrote 3 words, dig deeper. The third day, he wrote an essay on governance, using an analogy I'd never seen before. He compared the court to a tree. The roots are the people, the trunk is the officials, the leaves are the ministers. If the roots rot, the tree falls, it's not the leaves' fault. I read it for a long time. I didn't write a comment. I showed it to Shen Jichuan. After reading it, he was silent for a long time. He wrote this. Shen Jichuan put the essay down. He's better than I was at 9. I said, he's better than you are now. At least he dares to say the roots are rotten. Shen Jichuan shot me a look. Are you scolding me? I'm praising your son. He didn't respond. But that night, for the first time ever, he came to Shen Ziheng's study and spent an hour practicing policy essays with him. When Shen Ziheng came out, his face wore an expression I'd never seen before. It wasn't joy or nerves. It was the calm of a child who's finally been seen by his father. Qing Lua whispered to me, "Milady, the master doesn't seem cold tonight." I said, he was never cold. He just never knew how to be warm. 2 days before the 1st of March, Yu Yan returned from Shuzhou. He brought back 3 things. First, a receipt letter written by the prefect himself, proving that 3 years ago he received the 2,000 taels of disaster relief funds transferred by Shen Jichuan. Second, the prefect's original ledger from that year, stamped with the official seal. Third, a piece of news. The prefect said that Lu Ziyuan sent someone to find him last year, asking him to destroy Lord Shen's letter. He refused. I took the receipt and ledger, locked them in the secret compartment of the study. Lu Ziyuan started planning last year. Yu Yan nodded. He's more ruthless than Yu Xingqing. I said, Yu Xingqing is a brute, greedy and transactional. Lu Ziyuan is a chess player, he never leaves fingerprints. Yu Yan sat down and gulped down a cup of tea. Sis, what's your next move? I closed the compartment. The 1st of March, the imperial debate. Yu Yan was confused. That's Ziheng's matter, what does it have to do with Lu Ziyuan? I smiled. Do you think the Empress will let the 3rd prince lose to Shen Ziheng? Yu Yan's face changed. They'd dare to act again. They definitely will. And this time it's not at the academy, it's before the emperor. The emperor himself sets the question, all princes and study companions compete together. Whoever wins or loses, the whole world is watching. Yu Yan gripped his teacup. What would they do? I leaned back in my chair. Leak the question. Yu Yan didn't understand. The emperor sets the question, how can they leak it? Before the emperor announces it, someone will know it in advance. As long as the 3rd prince prepares beforehand and performs on the spot, no one will be able to tell. Yu Yan's face turned even worse. Then what about Ziheng? I said, make him write better than if he had prepared. Yu Yan looked at me. Sis, are you overestimating a 9-year-old? I took out the Stepmother's handbook. I'm not counting on his age. I'm counting on the fact that he dares to speak the truth more than his father does. The 1st of March. The main hall of the Royal Academy had 10 times the usual crowd. The emperor sat at the head, flanked by the crown prince and several senior ministers. The empress sat behind a screen, her expression unreadable. The 3rd prince wore a brand new brocade robe, his face composed. Too composed. I sat in the officials' wives section, far away but watching clearly. Shen Ziheng sat at the very end of the study companions' row, brush and ink before him. He didn't look my way. Good. Focused. The emperor rose and personally set the question. Today, we discuss one word: the people. The moment the question was announced, the hall fell silent for a beat. The third prince's mouth twitched. It was subtle, but I caught it. He knew the question. Shen Ziheng lowered his head to grind ink, his face calm. I pulled a candied fruit from my sleeve and popped it into my mouth. Qing Lua whispered, "Milady, are you nervous?" "Not at all." "Then why are you eating candy?" "Because if my mouth is idle, it's likely to curse someone." Everyone began to write. The third prince wrote swiftly, almost without thinking. But Shen Ziheng paused for a long time before making his first stroke. I watched him pause, my palm tightening around the candy. Half an hour later, they turned in their papers. The white-bearded scholar collected all the essays and presented them to the emperor. The emperor read the third prince's first. After finishing, he nodded slightly. Passable. The third prince's expression shifted slightly. He was probably expecting more than just passable. The emperor picked up Shen Ziheng's essay. He read the first page and said nothing. He read the second page and paused. When he reached the third page, he set the paper down and looked up. Shen Ziheng. Shen Ziheng rose to his feet. "Your servant is here." The emperor studied him. "In this essay, you wrote, if the people do not fear death, why threaten them with it? And you also said, those who govern the people must first govern themselves. Who taught you these words?" Shen Ziheng replied, "Your servant thought of them himself." The emperor smiled. "Say it again. How should one govern the people?" Shen Ziheng stood tall. "One must first set oneself right. If one's own conduct is flawed, orders will not be followed. If orders are not followed, the people will lose trust. If the people lose trust, the state will be unstable." A hush fell over the hall. Several cabinet ministers exchanged glances. The white-bearded scholar's beard trembled slightly. The emperor handed the essay to the crown prince beside him. "Take a look." The crown prince took it, read it through, and his gaze settled on Shen Ziheng. "An excellent essay." The third prince's face sank inch by inch. Behind the curtain, the empress leaned forward slightly. I finished my candied fruit and smiled. The results were decided that very day. Shen Ziheng took first place in the Imperial Companion Policy exam. The emperor rewarded him with a Duan inkstone and personally wrote 2 characters, "Bright Virtue." The third prince ranked third. Second place went to the crown prince's companion, a young man surnamed Zhong. That was Zhong Yan, the grandson of Prince Li. When Shen Ziheng returned with the inkstone, there was no trace of pride on his face. He held the inkstone up to me. "Mother, the emperor's calligraphy." I took it and examined it. Better than your father's writing." Shen Jichuan happened to walk in and heard that. He glanced at the inkstone, then at me. He said nothing. Shen Ziheng whispered, "Father, mother was praising the emperor." Shen Jichuan said, "I heard." He came over to me and placed a memorial on the table. Lu Ziyuan submitted a petition today, requesting a transfer to a provincial post. I looked up. He's running. It hasn't been approved yet. I set the inkstone down. We can't let him go. Shen Jichuan nodded. I've already asked the Ministry of Justice to hold his transfer order. But I need solid evidence. I took out the receipt letter and ledger that Yu Yan had brought back from the hidden compartment. These are your disaster relief fund receipts. The magistrate's handwritten note, with the official seal. Shen Jichuan picked them up and read them twice. That's enough. I said, no, it's not. This only proves you didn't embezzle. It doesn't prove Lu Ziyuan was involved in that old case. Shen Jichuan put the documents down. The evidence for the old case is in the Dali Temple's archives. I asked, can you access them? I can. But once I do, it will alert more people. I thought for a moment. Then let it alert them. He looked at me. Are you sure? I'm sure. I pulled out the Stepmother's handbook and flipped to the back. Rule 41. Shen Jichuan said quietly, when did you get to 41? Just now. He leaned in to look. On that page was written, build momentum before you strike. Make it big enough, and the enemy won't dare to counter. After reading it, Shen Jichuan was silent for a moment. Did your mother write this? I wrote it. He gave me a look. There was something in that look I couldn't quite name. Not admiration, not resignation. It was like a man who always thought he understood the game, suddenly realizing there was another player at the table who didn't follow the rules. The next day, Shen Jichuan did something at court. He publicly requested a retrial of the case of the drowning death of the eldest son of the Xia family, 18 years ago. His stated reason was, recent inquiries into Yu Xingqing's corruption have surfaced leads in an old case, suggesting a possible miscarriage of justice that remains unrectified. The court erupted. Yu Xingqing's case wasn't even finished, and now Shen Jichuan was digging up old ones. Several ministers wore grim expressions. Lu Ziyuan stood at the side of the hall, his face eerily calm. Too calm. After Shen Jichuan spoke, the emperor didn't immediately agree. He only said, refer this matter to the Court of Judicial Review. The Court of Judicial Review. Lu Ziyuan's turf. When Shen Jichuan returned, he didn't look happy. They've put the fox in charge of the henhouse. I said, you didn't see that coming. He sat down. I did. But the emperor's arrangement means he's testing Lu Ziyuan. I thought about it. Does the emperor know Lu Ziyuan is dirty? Not necessarily. But the emperor trusts no one. By throwing the case to the court, he's seeing if Lu Ziyuan dares to take it. I nodded. If he takes it, it means he's guilty and wants to bury it. If he refuses, it means he's guilty and wants to run. Shen Jichuan looked at me. How is it your thinking matches the emperor's? I pushed the jar of candied fruit toward him. Have one. He didn't. You want on, stay out of this from here on. I looked up. Why? Lu Ziyuan isn't like Yu Xingqing. He holds leverage over me, and over you too. I asked, leverage over me. Shen Jichuan hesitated. If your mother's old case is truly dug up, it could hurt you as well. I stared at him. How would it hurt me? The original charges against the Xia family were pinned on your mother, and they've never been overturned. If we reopen the old case, her name will be dragged back into scrutiny. I said, then that's perfect. Perfect. If it's investigated thoroughly, she'll finally be cleared. Shen Jichuan was silent for a long time. Aren't you afraid of what people will say? I laughed. Lord Shen, I'm the wicked stepmother. I stormed the ancestral hall on my first day of marriage, caused a scene at the academy on the second, and disrupted the Phoenix Palace on the third. Is there anyone in the capital who hasn't already gossiped about me? Shen Jichuan's hand paused on the table. He looked at me. I looked back at him. He said, I'll clear her name. I asked, whose? Your mother's. I dropped my gaze. You don't need to. You want on. I'll do it myself. Shen Jichuan reached out. I thought he was going to take my hand. He picked a piece of candied fruit from the jar and popped it into his mouth. He chewed twice. Sweet. I was speechless. Lu Ziyuan accepted the case. He took it without hesitation, and the very next day he began pulling the old files. The court's archives quickly filled an entire room. But the crucial pages were missing. Shen Jichuan's people were watching the court, and they saw Lu Ziyuan slip into the archive alone that night. When he came out, something was bulging under his robes. Yu Yan was furious. He stole the evidence. I said, he didn't steal it. He moved it. Yu Yan asked, moved it where? I thought for a moment. His place. Or the Qian family's. Yu Yan lunged to leave. I grabbed him by the arm. What's the rush? Yu Yan glared at me. What if he destroys the evidence? I said, he wouldn't dare. Why not? Because that evidence doesn't just condemn him. It condemns the Qian family too. Holding onto it is his insurance. If he destroys it, the Qians will crush him like an ant. Yu Yan slowly let go. So what do we do? From a hidden compartment, I retrieved something. The half of a broken longevity lock. We find the other half. Yu Yan froze. Where's the other half? I looked toward the door. The people from the Xia family's second branch killed that child back then and took his longevity lock. They broke it in half, left one piece by the pond, and took the other. That half they took is either in the hands of someone from the Xia family's second branch, or it was given as a token of allegiance to someone higher up. Yu Yan asked, who's higher up? I didn't answer. Shen Ziheng suddenly appeared at the door. It's the Qian family. Both Yu Yan and I looked at him. Shen Ziheng held the stepmother's handbook in his arms, his expression serious. I heard the third prince mention it once in the palace, talking to his attendant. He said his grandmother has a piece of jade that she never lets anyone touch. He said it has the character Xia carved on it. Yu Yan and I exchanged a glance. I asked, when did you hear this? Shen Ziheng replied, last month. The third prince was arguing with Zhong Yan, and Zhong Yan said his jade wasn't as good as his own. The third prince got flustered and said his grandmother had an ancient jade, passed down from the Xie family, more precious than anything the emperor had given. Yu Yan's jaw dropped. I smiled. The Qian family. I clutched the half of the longevity lock in my hand. Good. When I told Shen Jichuan about this, he was reading memorials. After hearing it, his brush paused. The Qian family. The Qian family. He set down his brush. Madame Qian is the Empress's birth mother. I said, I know. You're going after the Empress's maternal family. It's not me going after them. They went after my mother back then. Now it's my turn to collect. Shen Jichuan's gaze fell on the half of the longevity lock. Are you sure the other half is with the Qian family? Ziheng heard it. The third prince said it himself. Shen Jichuan was silent for a long time. If this is true, it's not just about overturning a case. It's about shaking the Empress's very foundation. I placed the longevity lock on the table. Then we shake it. He looked at me. Do you know the consequences? Yes. The Empress won't sit idle. Neither will I. Shen Jichuan stood up. He paced a few steps in the study, then stopped. You want on? I looked up. Are you afraid of death? I thought for a moment. Yes. He turned to look at me. And you still want to go through with it? I patted the Stepmother's handbook hidden in my sleeve. My mother left me this book, not to live a safe life, but to live with clarity. Shen Jichuan stared at me for a long, long time. Then he walked to his desk, picked up his brush. I'll write the memorial tonight. I asked, what will you write? He dipped the brush in ink and wrote a single line. Requesting permission to launch a full investigation into the Xia family's old case, and to pursue anyone involved, regardless of rank, to the very end. I looked at those words. The ink was still wet, like a blade fresh from the forge. The day after the memorial was submitted, the capital changed. Not the weather, but people's hearts. In the court, several officials who usually kept close ties with the Qian family suddenly claimed illness and stopped attending. The Empress issued 3 edicts in a row, demanding that the Emperor severely punish Shen Jichuan for recklessly slandering the imperial family and disrupting court order. The Emperor didn't approve a single one. Lu Ziyuan's request for a transfer was denied, and he was stuck with his duties at the Court of Judicial Review. He was like a nail hammered into an iron plate. Shen Jichuan said only one thing in court. I seek only the truth. The word truth weighs more than any impeachment. Because the truth means reopening the case. Reopening the case means someone is guilty. And those who are guilty never take things lightly. On the 3rd day, the Qian family made their move. Madame Qian's sedan chair entered the palace and stayed at Fengyi Palace for a full 2 hours. When she left, the Empress's most trusted female official carried an oral decree and headed straight to the Shen residence. The decree was polite in tone. The Empress, noting the First Lady's hard work, bestows a jade rui and requests her presence at the palace for a conversation. Qing Luo clutched the imperial decree, her face pale. Ma'am, this is a trap. I took the jade rui and weighed it in my hand. Pretty heavy. Ma'am. I set the rui down. Prepare my robes. We're going to the palace. Qingluo's eyes reddened with worry. You already offended the Empress last time. If you go again, not going is more dangerous. I straightened my collar. She invited me to negotiate. If she hadn't, she'd be planning my silence. Which would you prefer? Qing Luo fell silent. As I stepped out, Shen Ziheng ran after me. Mother. He held out the Stepmother's handbook. Take it. I took it. He had wrapped it in a new cover, with 2 childish characters written on it, family heirloom. I glanced down, almost losing my composure. You wrote this? He nodded. Mother said this book isn't a bad thing. I think it should be passed down. I tucked the book into my sleeve. Go back and wait. He said, I'll wait for Mother to return. I didn't promise. Because I wasn't sure I'd come back unscathed this time. The Fengyi palace was quieter than before. The maids stood in 2 rows, like silent puppets. The empress sat at the head, not in her phoenix robe but in plain-colored garments. Plain, yet every stitch of embroidery was gold thread. Quiet arrogance. She wasn't accompanied by the 3rd prince or Aunt Lin, but by an unfamiliar old woman. Hair completely white, face kind, fingers toying with a string of agarwood prayer beads. The old Madame Qian. I curtsied. This humble wife pays respects to Her Majesty and the old Madame Qian. The Empress didn't tell me to rise. The old Madame Qian spoke first. Madame Shen is quite beautiful. I kept my head lowered. You flatter me, old madam. The old Madame Qian smiled. I heard Madame Shen has been digging up old cases lately. I said, this humble wife doesn't dig. I just unearth what's buried and air it out. The old Madame Qian's smile faded a little. The Empress finally spoke. Madame Shen, have a seat. I sat. The Empress held her tea but didn't drink. I invited you today to discuss something. I met her gaze. The Xia family case should not be reopened. I stayed silent. The Empress continued, that was 18 years ago. The parties involved are dead or scattered. Digging it up only brings confusion. I can restore your mother's reputation. But the condition is, you stop here. I looked down at the teacup in my hands. Good tea. Longjing. How would your Majesty restore it? The Empress said, I can issue an edict clearing your mother's name. Say the Xia family affair had nothing to do with her, that it was a servant's negligence. I said, a servant. Yes. Which servant? The Empress's gaze flickered. The old Madame Qian interjected, just pick any. The dead can't protest. I set down the teacup. Well said, old madam. The dead can't protest, which is why no one has spoken for that child in 18 years. The old Madame Qian's prayer beads stopped. I looked up at the Empress. Your Majesty, this humble wife doesn't want the edict. The Empress narrowed her eyes. Then what do you want? The truth. The Empress's expression finally turned cold. Madame Shen, I've already given you a way out. I stood. Your Majesty's way out is built on someone else's grave. This humble wife can't tread on it. The old Madame Qian suddenly laughed. The sound was soft, like an old cat yawning in the sun. Madame Shen, do you know how many years the Qian family has been in the capital? I looked at her. 60 years. She nodded. 60 years. 3 generations. 2 empresses, 1 tutor to the crown prince, and 4 officials above the 3rd rank. You're the daughter of a mere ritual vice minister, married into the prime minister's mansion for less than a month, and you think you can topple the Qian family. I said, can't topple. Madame Qian looked satisfied. Then I added, but I can flip it over. Madame Qian's smile froze. I took out the half of the longevity lock from my sleeve. Madam, you have the other half. One of Madame Qian's prayer beads slipped from her string. The Empress stood abruptly. You want on? I placed the lock on the table. Your Highness, this half was picked up by the Xia family pond. The other half, the third prince personally said his grandmother has an ancient jade with the character Xia carved on it. The empress's face turned pale. Madame Qian slowly picked up the fallen bead. "Girl, are you threatening an old woman?" I said, "I wouldn't dare. I merely brought out this item to see if it fits." Madame Qian stood up. She was taller than I expected. The old woman walked up to me and said in a low voice, "If you dare take this to the emperor, your natal family, your husband's family, and your 9-year-old stepson, none of them will be safe." I looked at her. "Madam, my mother was threatened the same way back then." "And so she died?" "Yes." I tucked the half-lock back into my sleeve. "That's why I won't end up like her." Madame Qian's eyes no longer looked like an old cat's. They looked like a snake's. I turned and walked away. The empress called out behind me, "Stop." I didn't. "Madame Shen, if you walk out that door, there's no turning back." I pushed open the palace door. The sunlight hit my face. I glanced back at the empress. "Your Highness, there's been no turning back for 18 years. As I left Fanny Palace, my palms were slick with sweat. Not from fear. From anger. Angry at that old woman for treating a child's life like a speck of dust in her 60-year legacy. Angry at the Empress for using my mother's grievance as a bargaining chip. And angrier at myself. I'd spoken boldly on the way in, but after coming out, my legs were weak. At the palace gate, someone was leaning by the carriage. Shen Jichuan. He was still in his dark casual robes, not his court attire, as if he'd rushed over straight from the office. I stopped. "Why are you here?" He walked over. "Ziheng sent word that you entered the palace with the booklet." I said, "It's not like I'm going to war." He glanced at me. "Your hands are shaking." I tucked my hands into my sleeves. "It's windy." He didn't call me out. Once in the carriage, I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes for a moment. Shen Jichuan sat across from me, silent. After a long while, he spoke. "What did they say?" I recounted the entire conversation in Fanny Palace, including Madame Qian's final threat. When he heard it, Shen Jichuan's face darkened as if it might freeze over. "She threatened you?" "Not just threatened. She said my mother was threatened the same way, and then she died." Shen Jichuan gripped the carriage curtain. "When did she say that?" "After I brought out the lock." He was silent for a long time. "And you still walked out. Should I have stayed in Fanny Palace?" He didn't respond. As the carriage moved along the main street, he suddenly said, "You want on." I opened my eyes. "I won't let you become your mother." I looked at him. His face, lit by the light filtering through the curtain, was sharp and angular, but in his eyes there was something I'd never seen before. Not cold. It was fire behind a scabbard. I said, "Neither will I." I pulled my hand out of my sleeve. It wasn't shaking anymore. When we got back to the mansion, Shen Ziheng was waiting for me in the main hall. The moment he saw me walk in, his eyes went straight to my sleeve. "Did you keep the booklet?" I pulled out the Stepmother's handbook. "It's here." He let out a breath of relief. "Mother, did the Empress give you a hard time?" I sat down. "Not at all. She offered me a fine cup of tea." Shen Ziheng didn't believe it. But he didn't press further. He came over to me and pulled a piece of paper from his chest. "Mother, this is the essay I wrote today. The topic is, on justice." I took it and read a couple of lines. "Justice does not dwell in the court, but in the hearts of men. If the heart is clear, justice comes on its own. If the heart is dark, 1,000 words are just a mask for peace." I set the paper down. "Who taught you this?" Shen Ziheng said, "I wrote it myself." "Why did you write this?" He thought for a moment. "Because today, while Mother was in the palace, I kept thinking, if justice has to be fought for by Mother alone, then justice isn't fair at all." I froze. This kid. He's only 9 years old. I folded the paper carefully and tucked it into the last page of the Stepmother's handbook. Lesson 19. He looked up immediately. "Justice doesn't come on its own. But you wrote it down, and now someone will see it." Shen Ziheng nodded firmly. Over the next 3 days, the capital was simmering with tension. The Qian family made no move. The empress made no move. But Lu Ziyuan did. He did something no one expected. He sealed all the old case files of the Court of Judicial Review, locked them with 3 locks, and handed the keys to the emperor. When Shen Jichuan came back and told me, his expression was complicated. He handed over the keys. I asked, "What does that mean?" "He's throwing the case back to the emperor. Basically saying, I won't investigate, you do it." I thought about it. "He's gambling." Shen Jichuan nodded. "He's betting that the emperor won't actually dig into this case himself. Because if he goes to the bottom, it will implicate the empress. The emperor has to balance the stability of the harem." I said, "So what will the emperor do?" Shen Jichuan stood by the window, looking at the old locust tree in the courtyard. "If it were the old emperor, he would suppress it. And now? Now, the crown prince is grown, and the third prince is getting restless. The emperor needs to reign in the empress." I asked, "So he'll investigate?" Shen Jichuan turned to look at me. "He won't. He'll have someone else do it." "Who?" "Guess." I stared at him. "You." Shen Jichuan didn't nod. But that expression was the answer. The emperor's decree arrived the next day. It ordered Chief Grand Secretary Shen Jichuan, along with Minister of Justice Shen Chongan, to jointly reinvestigate the old Xia family case. Lu Ziyuan, the Deputy Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, was temporarily relieved of all duties pending review. The moment the decree came down, the court erupted for the second time. Several officials from the Qian family submitted memorials, arguing that Shen Jichuan had a conflict of interest and shouldn't preside over the case. The emperor replied with just one sentence. Shen Jichuan's wife is a daughter of the Yu family, and the Yu family is connected to the old Xia case. It's precisely because of this connection that he knows the depths of it. I trust him. I trust him. 3 words, heavier than the decree itself. When Shen Jichuan came back, I was correcting Shen Ziheng's essay. He stood at the door and glanced at us. Shen Ziheng noticed him first. "Father is back." Shen Jichuan walked in and placed the imperial decree on the table. "Yuan Tong, take a look." I unfolded the decree, and when I saw the words, "I trust him," my fingers paused. "The emperor trusts you." Shen Jichuan said, "Do you trust yourself?" He looked at me. "I used to." "And now?" "Now, Even more. I asked, why? He glanced at Shen Ziheng. Because someone's been yelling at me from the sidelines. Shen Ziheng said quietly, Mother isn't yelling at father. She's just encouraging you. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Shen Jichuan's mouth. I rolled up the imperial decree. Let's start the investigation. Investigating turned out to be harder than I expected. The Xia family case was 18 years old. The files were still there, but the witnesses had scattered. Yu Zhengqing's confession was limited. Lu Ziyuan wasn't talking. The Qian family had locked their doors and refused to come out. Shen Jichuan and I sat in the study, staring at those old papers for 2 straight nights. On the first night, he discovered that the pond at the Xia estate had been filled in. There were signs of a struggle on the stone steps by the pond. But the pond's long gone, and the steps were torn up. I asked, who did the tearing up? The second branch of the Xia family. When? 3 months after the murder. I said, 3 months right around when that steward started running his mouth after drinking. They were afraid of being found out, so they destroyed the scene. Shen Jichuan nodded. On the second night, I came across an old account book from the Xie family. It was the household expenses from the year the steward had confessed about. And there, one entry caught my eye, repairs to the rear courtyard pond, 50 taels of silver. Repairs. Not demolition. I handed the page to Shen Jichuan. He read it twice. Repairs. Yes. They reported it as repairs, not removal. So the stone steps might not have been completely torn out. They could have just been covered up. Shen Jichuan stood up. You mean, dig up the old Xia estate? He looked at me. The old Xia estate's already been sold. To who? He paused. The Qian family. I laughed. They buried the evidence right under their own feet, then built a house on top of it. Shen Jichuan smiled too, but it was cold. Then we'll request an imperial order to search the house. The day the search warrant came down, old Madame Qian went to the palace. She spent an entire day with the Empress. When she came out, the Empress had smashed 2 more teacups. The Qian family slammed their gates shut and put out the word, if Shen Jichuan dared to search their house, it would be an open challenge to the Empress's family. Shen Jichuan stood in the main hall of the Gu residence, holding the search warrant, not moving. I stood beside him. Scared? He said, no. Then why aren't you going? He turned to look at me. I'm waiting for you to say something. I blinked. What? He handed the warrant to me. You tell me if we should go. I looked at the paper. It bore the Emperor's seal, bright red and glaring. Lord Shen, since when did you get so wishy-washy? He didn't laugh. This isn't being wishy-washy. I don't want to make this decision for you anymore. I looked up. His gaze was serious. You say go, I go. You say wait, I wait. This is your mother's case. You decide. I clutched the warrant, my palm burning. Go. Shen Jichuan turned. Gather the men. We're heading to the old Qian estate. The old Qian estate was south of the city. It was a 3-courtyard compound, unremarkable at first glance, with just 2 elderly servants at the gate. But the moment Shen Jichuan's men arrived, a dozen burly men poured out from inside, armed with clubs. Leading the team was Lord Shen from the Ministry of Justice. He glanced at the thugs, then turned to Shen Jichuan. "What do we do?" Shen Jichuan said, "We have the Emperor's order. Anyone who blocks us is defying the imperial will." Lord Shen nodded and waved at the guards behind him. They moved in. The thugs were shoved aside. The main gate swung open. Inside, the courtyard was bare. No valuable ornaments anywhere. I followed behind and headed straight to the backyard. In the back was an open space paved with blue stone. I crouched down and tapped the ground. Lord Shen asked, "Dig here." I pointed to the location marked in the old account book. "The pond is in the northwest corner." The men from the Ministry of Justice started digging with shovels. After 2 feet, they hit stone steps. Lord Shen went down to inspect personally. "These are old stone steps. There are chisel marks." I said, "Keep digging." Another foot down. A piece of broken stone with rust-like blood stains was turned up. Lord Shen wiped it with his handkerchief. Deep scratch marks ran across the surface, like fingernails clawing. I closed my eyes for a moment. A 3-year-old child, before falling into the water, had struggled on those steps. Those scratches were his last trace. Lord Shen's face changed too. This wasn't an accidental fall. I said, "It never was." At the 3rd foot, a servant pulled out an object. Small, wrapped in dirt. I wiped it clean with my handkerchief. Half of a longevity lock. Exactly matching the half I held in my hand. The broken edges fit perfectly. I joined the 2 halves together. "This belongs to him." Lord Shen took it to examine. This was dug out from the crack between the steps. That means, when the child was pushed into the water, the lock broke apart. 1 half fell by the pond, the other got stuck in the stone crevice. He looked up. "Where's the other half?" I said, "The Qian family took it." The 3rd prince said his grandmother had an ancient jade with the character Xia carved on it. Lord Shen's face went pale. "Then this is no longer just the Xia family's case." Shen Jichuan stood nearby. "It's the Qian family's case." The evidence was sent to the palace overnight. The 2 halves of the longevity lock, the rubbing of the scratch marks on the old steps, Yu Xingqing's confession, the draft of the steward's testimony, and that suppressed note from 18 years ago. After the emperor reviewed it, he summoned Shen Jichuan to the palace. That night, Shen Jichuan stayed in the palace for 4 hours. When he returned, dawn had already broken. He stood at the study door, no triumph on his face, only a deep exhaustion. I poured him a cup of tea. "How did it go?" He took the tea but didn't drink. The emperor said, "If this case is proven, the Qian family won't escape." I asked, "And the empress?" Shen Jichuan paused. The emperor said the empress is his wife and the 3rd prince's mother. He won't depose her, but he'll strip the Qian family of their title and take away the empress's authority to co-manage the 6 palaces. I said nothing. Not deposing the empress. That was the emperor's bottom line. Shen Jichuan looked at me. "You're not satisfied?" I stared at the tea leaves in my cup. "I'm not. But if my mother is satisfied, that's enough." He asked, "How do you know she's satisfied?" I took out the Stepmother's handbook from my sleeve. Turned to the last page. My mother's handwriting was crooked, blurred by the years. "Tang Tang, if one day the truth comes out, don't hate. Hate is too tiring. Live well for your mother. I closed the book. She's satisfied. Shen Jichuan looked at those words and said nothing. He drank the tea. The decree stripping the Qian family of their title was announced 3 days later. Old Madame Qian fainted in her mansion and was taken to the Imperial Medical Institute. 3 members of the Qian family in court, one was dismissed, one was exiled to a remote post, one was demoted. Lu Ziyuan was stripped of his position, never to be employed again. The day he walked out of the Ministry of Justice, Shen Jichuan didn't go to watch. But that night, he sat in the study for a long time. When I entered, a cup of cold tea sat before him. Regrets? He shook his head. I just can't understand. Can't understand what? He and I passed the imperial exams the same year. We drank the worst wine together, ate the hardest bread. On our first day as officials, he told me he wanted to be a good one. I sat across from him. People change. I know. But knowing and accepting are 2 different things. I looked at him. Lord Shen, how many friends do you have? He thought for a moment. I used to think I had 3. Now maybe just 1. Which one? He looked at me. Shen Chong'an. The Minister of Justice. The day of the investigation, he didn't hesitate to bring his men and go with him to the old Qian residence. I nodded. 1 is enough. He suddenly asked, what about you? What about me? How many friends do you have? I thought about it. 0. He frowned. Doesn't Qing Luo count? Qing Luo is a maid, not a friend. Yu Yan. Yu Yan is my brother. Then Ziheng. I looked at him. Ziheng is my son. Shen Jichuan was silent for a moment. What about me? I froze. He took a sip of the cold tea. It's okay if I don't count. I watched him drink the cold tea. You count. His hand paused. Half. He set down the teacup. Half. Once you pay off your tuition, you'll be a full one. Shen Jichuan lowered his head and smiled. This time, he didn't hold it back. On the day the results of the Xia family case were announced, a heavy rain fell over the capital. My mother's name was written into the document that overturned the verdict. Yu's mother, originally a second wife in the Xia family, was falsely accused and was not a cruel stepmother. She discovered the truth about the legitimate son's drowning, but due to obstruction from the second branch of the Xia family and the Qian family, she was unable to clear her name and died with her grievance. Now, her name is officially cleared. I stood in the rain, holding that document. Qing Luo ran out with an umbrella. Miss, come inside, you'll catch a cold. I didn't move. Qing Luo didn't move either. She stood beside me, the umbrella tilted, rain soaking her shoulder. I said, Qing Luo. My mother's name is cleared. 18 years. Qing Luo said nothing. I tucked the document into my robe. The rain hit my face, and I couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. I don't cry. A wicked stepmother doesn't cry. But today was an exception. On the day Yu Yan came to collect the document, Father Yu came too. He looked much older. Half his hair was white, and his back wasn't as straight as before. He stood at the gate of the Gu residence, afraid to enter. Yu Yan came in to find me. Sister, father is outside. I said, let him in. Yu Yan went out to bring him in. Father Yu walked into the main hall, saw me, and knelt down first. Tanger. I looked at him. Get up. He didn't. Your mother's case has been overturned, and the weight in my heart is finally gone. But I know, if it weren't for my weakness back then, your mother wouldn't have. I walked over and pulled him up. Father, stand up and talk. He stood, his eyes red. I said, I don't hate you. He froze. Really? I handed the document to him. But you owe my mother a stick of incense. Father, you took the document, his hands trembling badly. He nodded. I'll go. I'll go right now. Yu Yan wiped his nose beside us. I looked at him. What are you crying about? Yu Yan wiped his eyes. I'm not crying. The wind is strong. I said, what wind is there inside the house? He held a box and shoved it into my hands. For you. I opened it. Inside was a pair of jade bracelets. Not expensive, but finely polished. I bought them with money I saved up myself. I put the bracelets on. Not bad. Yu Yan's nose got stuffy again. Sister. Don't carry everything on your own from now on. I laughed. All right, I'll let you carry it from now on. He immediately regretted it. After the case was overturned, life was unexpectedly calm. The empress was stripped of her authority to manage the 6 palaces, the third prince was demoted in rank, and the Qian family was ordered to reflect on their actions behind closed doors. No one in the court mentioned the Xie family anymore. Shen Jichuan went to court as usual, reviewed official documents as usual, and wore his usual cold expression. The only difference was that every night, he came to the study to watch me critique Shen Ziheng's essays. Sometimes he just sat there, saying nothing. Other times, he would ask, what lesson is he on today? I'd say, lesson 23. He'd ask, what are you teaching? How to deal with unreasonable people. He thought for a moment. How? Be even more unreasonable. Shen Jichuan gave me a look. What you teach is different from what I teach. I said, what you teach is for the court. What I teach is for survival. Shen Ziheng sat between us, looking left at his father, then right at me. Father and mother can both teach me. Shen Jichuan and I both turned to look at him. He shrank back a little. Isn't it good to learn more? That autumn, Shen Ziheng took first place again in the imperial policy examination. The emperor, breaking precedent, granted him a handwritten decree allowing him to observe governance in the Wenyuan Pavilion as a companion scholar. At 9 years old, entering the Wenyuan Pavilion a first in this dynasty. When the third prince heard the news, he smashed half his study in a rage. The empress sat silent in the Fengyi palace, counting her prayer beads all night without a word. The Qian family made no move at all. When Shen Jichuan brought the decree home, there was a faint, barely there smile on his face. He handed it to Shen Ziheng. Shen Ziheng took it with both hands, held it for a long time. Then he looked up at me. Mother, does this count as my winning? I ruffled his hair. Yes. He grinned, showing 2 little tiger fangs. Mother, thank you. I said, for what? He thought seriously for a moment. For teaching me not to accept it. I was taken aback. Not accept what? Not accept that it's my fault. Not accept the guilt others pin on me. Not accept a fate I don't deserve. I looked down at him. This child, who on our wedding night came to me clutching a jade pendant, was as obedient as a little rabbit trapped in a cage of rules. Now he stood before me, back straight, like a sapling stretching toward the sky. I pulled the Stepmother's Handbook from my sleeve. I opened to the first page. The line that read, "If the stepson is obedient, suspect it's a facade," had been crossed out. Beside it, I had written a new line later. "If the stepson is obedient, protect his true self." I handed the book to Shen Ziheng. "Keep it. You'll find it useful." Shen Ziheng took it with both hands. "Mother, don't you need it anymore?" I smiled. "No. If anyone dares bully you from now on, I'll handle it directly. No need to consult the book." Shen Ziheng hugged the book and buried his face in it. His shoulders were shaking. I didn't pull him away. Some tears, he needed to let flow on his own. That night, Shen Jichuan surprised me by coming to my room. He stood at the door, looking as nervous as if he were walking into an exam for the first time. "You want on?" I was taking off my hair ornaments. "What is it?" He walked in and placed a small box on the table. I opened it. Inside was a jade pendant, finely polished. It was exactly like the one Shen Ziheng had given me on our wedding night. But it was a size larger. "Did you carve this?" He didn't answer. I looked at his hands. There was a thin, fresh scratch on the tiger's mouth of his right hand. Still new. I picked up the pendant. Not bad. A faint flicker of disappointment crossed his face. I held back for a moment. "Just kidding." He looked up. "It's beautiful." His ears turned red. The Prime Minister, a 30-year-old man, had ears as red as a kid who'd just been praised. I tucked the jade pendant into my sleeve pocket, next to the one from Shen Ziheng. "Lord Shen." "I'll waive the tuition fee." He looked at me. I said, "You're the kind of person who can't afford to pay it." He stood there for a moment. "You want on?" On the day you married me, I drank 3 cups of wine in the front hall." "I know. Ziheng told me." He stepped closer. "The steward said I was nervous." I looked at him. "You weren't nervous." He stepped closer again. "I was happy." My fingers played with the jade pendant in my sleeve, and I was lost for a moment. From outside the door came Qingluo's voice. "Miss, it's time to rest." Shen Jichuan stepped back. I looked at him. He looked at me. "Good night," he said. He turned and walked to the door, then stopped. "You want on?" "What else?" "Don't call me Lord Shen anymore." I raised an eyebrow. "Then what should I call you?" He thought for a moment. "Call me Mingyuan." I said the name to myself. "All right." He left. After the door closed, Qingluo peeked out from behind the screen. "Miss, is the Lord?" I threw a handkerchief at her face. "Go to sleep." That winter, when the first snow fell, Shen Ziheng stood under the eaves catching snowflakes. He wore the cotton robe I'd picked out for him, and around his neck was the scarf I'd embroidered. The scarf wasn't pretty because I'd cut it halfway through and then sewed it back together. He didn't mind. He said that cut had a mother's touch. I stood behind him and watched him reach out into the snow. That hand had once polished jade, had once turned purple from the cold, had once been wrongly accused without daring to cry out. Now it stretched out and caught a snowflake. He turned to look at me, smiling brightly. "Mother, this winter isn't cold." I pulled the scarf up to cover his chin. "It's not cold." Shen Jichuan stood at the other end of the corridor, holding a cup of hot tea. He didn't come over. He just watched us from afar. I waved at him. He walked over. The three of us stood under the eaves, watching the snow fill the courtyard. No one spoke. There was no need to say anything. I touched the booklet in my sleeve. The words, "Family Heirloom," that Shen Ziheng had written on the cover glimmered faintly in the lamplight. "Mother. You left me a stepmother's manual, and I never used it to harm anyone. But I used it to save a child. To reopen your case. To find a family. That's worth it, isn't it?"